You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is lecture 13 in the collection, given in Munich on the 9th of January, 1912, entitled Cosmic Ego and Human Ego, Supersensible Microcosmic Beings, the Nature of Christ. This evening we need to talk further about the nature of Christ Jesus. It is necessary because this theme is so much under discussion at present, particularly in theosophical circles, and because there is a very real need to reach complete clarity on much that is said about it. Many may regard the issue we will examine today as rather odd, yet it is a very important one. We will start from human evolution. We know, of course, that evolution progresses by means of humanity passing through certain cyclical epochs. And we have often spoken of the 5 cultural epochs, up to and including our own time, which followed the great catastrophe that transformed life on the ancient continent we call Atlantis into our life on the newer continents. We speak of the first, the ancient Indian epoch, the second, the great cultural epoch of ancient Persia, the third, the Egyptian, Chaldean, Babylonian culture, the fourth, the Greco-Roman, which a broader view of things considers did not really fade away until sometime between the 8th and 12th post-Christian centuries AD, and then of our present 5th post-Atlantean cultural epoch, which began in 1413. Now human souls, all those who sit here, of course, included, have passed through various incarnations in these succeeding cultural epochs up to the present time. Some incarnating more frequently, others passing through relatively fewer incarnations. These souls have acquired this or that characteristic from their experiences, according to the nature of each of these epochs, and carried it with them from earlier into later incarnations. In other words, they manifest as souls at this or that stage of development according to what they experienced in various previous cultural epochs. Now we can further say that on the whole, and this is only a general rule, only a particular member or aspect of man's nature is evolved and developed in each cultural epoch. In our own epoch, people are chiefly called upon to develop what in our movement we term the consciousness soul, by allowing to work upon them everything which our epoch can give them. During the Greco-Roman period, in contrast, the mind or rational soul mainly evolved, while in the Egyptian, Chaldean, Babylonian period, it was the sentient soul. In ancient Persian civilization, the sentient or astral body developed, and in ancient India, what we call the etheric or life body. These various parts of man's being have been developed in each individual soul, or will be, as it passes in one or more often several incarnations through each of these cultural epochs. In the 6th post-Atlantean cultural epoch, that follows our present one, what we term spirit self will chiefly be developed, or manas, as people are used to calling it in theosophical literature. And in the last, the 7th post-Atlantean cultural epoch, what we call life spirit will evolve, termed buddhi in theosophical circles. Spirit man, or atma, will in a certain sense only unfold in a far distant future, following a further catastrophe. At present, therefore, and in the near future, we are in the midst of developing what is called the consciousness soul, by living through the everyday conditions of our culture, of what surrounds us. But we know that all this evolution of the separate members we distinguish within the soul is intimately related to something else, to the gradual incorporation of the human ego in human nature, which is the whole task and aim of earthly evolution. Thus, we have, as it were, two interpenetrating streams of evolution. There is the Earth evolution we are passing through, following Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolution. And then, as earthly humanity, we have the particular task of developing this fourth member of human nature, of adding this ego to the other principal members of human nature, to the physical, etheric, and astral bodies. We have to distinguish between these two, between the larger span of the overall stream of evolution, related to the great embodiments of our Earth planet itself, and that smaller scale stream of evolution which I described previously as occurring within the comparatively short span of the post-Atlantean period. No one who has understood what has been said will be able to ask, quote, "But how can it be that on Old Sun man had already developed the etheric or life body, and that then a special development of this same body is said to have taken place during the ancient Indian epoch?" Close quote. Those who have rightly understood will not ask such a question, for the facts are these. The human etheric or life body was implanted in us on Old Sun, and so we arrived at the stage of Earth evolution in possession of an etheric body. But it can then be refined and further developed, can be worked upon by subsequent soul members which human beings evolve. In other words, man receives his etheric or life body at a particular fairly advanced stage when he incarnates in an ancient Indian body. But during this post-Atlantean period, he works upon it with the ego, and everything he has acquired so far makes it finer structured. So what develops and evolves in our post-Atlantean cultural epoch is essentially a refining, a finer working into the various members of human nature. If you now examine all of evolution and consider what has been said, the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, the Greco-Roman, will appear to you as of quite particular importance. For it is there that a greater degree of refining must occur within the mind or rational soul. But up to that time, the ego, which belongs to the greater evolutionary stream, has undergone an especially high degree of development. We can say that up to the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, up to the Greco-Roman times, this human ego has evolved to a certain stage, and now it must penetrate the mind or rational soul, and in our time, the consciousness soul. Now, in a certain sense, there is an intimate relationship between the human ego and man's three soul members, the sentient soul, the mind or rational soul, and the consciousness soul. It is in these three soul members of our being that the inner life of the human ego chiefly dwells. And in our fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch in particular, it will live most inwardly in the consciousness soul, because it is there that the pure ego can express itself unhindered by the other bodies. In our present time, we are indeed living in an epoch in which this ego is most called upon to develop, to build upon its own foundations. And if we then cast our gaze forward into the future and say that in the next, the sixth cultural epoch, man will evolve the spirit self or manas, we recognize that this spirit self is really already a step beyond the sphere of the ego. Basically, we would be unable to evolve this spirit self in the future through our own powers, but are dependent on the help flowing toward us from higher beings. We have reached a stage in the evolution of our ego where we can only rely on our own powers to evolve as far as the consciousness soul. But this evolution will not be complete unless we anticipate, and in a certain sense prefigure, the more advanced stage that will only fully come about on Jupiter, that will only attain its complete, inherently human evolution on the next embodiment of our planet. Up until the end of Earth evolution, man is meant to develop his ego. He has had an opportunity to carry out this development within the sentient mind and consciousness soul. But the real spirit self will only become human property, our real possession, on Jupiter. On Jupiter we will have the same kind of relationship to the spirit self as we do here on Earth to the ego. In other words, if we develop spirit self already during the Earth cycle, we cannot yet have the same relationship to it as we do to the ego. Of our ego we say, quote, "We are that. That is what we truly are," close quote. But when in the next epoch, the 6th post-Atlantean, the spirit self comes to expression, we will not be able to refer to this spirit self as our self, but will say, quote, "Our ego has evolved to a certain stage where our spirit self can shine in as though from higher worlds, like a kind of angel being that is other than what we are, can shine in upon us and take possession of us," close quote. That is how our spirit self will appear to us. And only on Jupiter will it appear in such a way that it becomes our own true being, like our ego. In such a way does human evolution advance. Thus in the next, the 6th post-Atlantean cultural epoch, we will feel as though drawn to what shines in upon us. We will not refer to our spirit self as though it were within us, but will say, quote, "I participate in a being who shines in upon me from higher worlds, that leads and guides me, that has come to be my leader and guide through the grace of higher beings," close quote. That aspect of our being that will only become our real possession on Jupiter, we will experience as a kind of guiding light shining down upon and into us from higher worlds. And it will later be the same with the life spirit or Buddhi, and with spirit man, and so forth. Thus a time will come when we speak differently of ourselves than we do now. How do we speak of ourselves when we refer to ourselves in spiritual scientific terms? We say, quote, "I have 3 bodies, physical, etheric, and astral. Within these I have my ego, as real earthly possession, developing within these 3 bodies. These 3 bodies are, as it were, my lower nature. I have grown beyond them, and look down to this my lower nature, seeing in what my ego has become my true being for the present, which increasingly is to grow, to develop more and more," close quote. In future we will have to speak differently. We will say, quote, "I do not just have my lower nature and my ego, but I have a higher nature, which I look up to as something that is part of me in the same way as the bodily sheaths I received in the past," close quote. In other words, we will in future feel ourselves placed midway between our lower and higher nature. We already know our lower nature. In the future we will come to know our higher nature as something above us, in the same way we now experience our lower nature below us. So we can say that during earthly evolution we grow from our 4th to our 5th, 6th, and 7th aspect. But the 5th, 6th, and 7th aspects will not become our direct possession during actual Earth evolution, but will be something we only gradually attain to. This is how we should really view things. A time will come when we experience that although it was our earthly mission to develop our ego, we nevertheless have a kind of prophetic anticipation of our evolution on Jupiter. The evolutionary path we undergo during the Earth cycle, by means of which we permeate ourselves with a human ego nature, refining the lower aspects of our being up until now, and in future developing higher aspects, is something that other, more advanced beings whom we call angels or angeloi have already previously undergone in former embodiments of our planet, on Moon, Sun, and Saturn. For them, too, there was formerly a kind of fourth aspect, or member, that they evolved. And then, in the second half of a particular planetary embodiment, they prefigured what would fully unfold in them in the future, on Earth, in the same way that we will prefigure what is to come about on Jupiter. At that time, they did not fully incorporate it into themselves as their possession, but related to it as something which they looked up to. If we look back, firstly, to old moon evolution, we must speak of beings who, just like we human beings, during Earth evolution, should have attained to the seventh aspect of their being. Yet, like us too, not in the sense of making it their full possession, but of looking up to it. When we speak of Luciferic beings, we are talking of those who, during old moon evolution, remained at the stage a human being would remain at, who during Earth evolution does not develop his fifth, sixth, or seventh aspects, who refuses to do so, perhaps stopping at the fourth or fifth. These beings did not evolve fully, in other words, and now stand at many diverse stages of development. Thus we can say that human beings passed over from old moon evolution to Earth evolution in such a way that they brought with them a normal path of evolution. Those human beings who concluded their evolution brought a normal evolutionary path with them, their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. And their real task on Earth is to develop the ego. Other beings higher than man were meant to develop on old moon what in them corresponds to the human ego. But they would only have been able to develop this moon ego fully by prefiguring all that would have been their fifth, sixth, and seventh aspects, the fifth of which they would need to bring to full completion during Earth evolution. They should have prefigured these aspects as far as the seventh. They did manage just about to evolve the fifth or sixth, did not get stuck at the fourth as such, therefore, but nevertheless were not able fully to develop it, because they failed to prefigure the fifth, sixth, and seventh aspects, remaining stuck instead at the fifth or sixth. So we can distinguish two sorts of such moon beings. Those, firstly, who managed to evolve their fifth aspect, as we humans would if we evolved the spirit self in the sixth post-Atlantean epoch, and then stopped short and failed to develop the sixth and seventh aspects. We can imagine this kind of Luciferic beings who evolved their fifth aspect, and then examine the other kind of Luciferic moon beings who evolved their sixth aspect but not their seventh. Both kinds existed at the beginning of Earth evolution, when man was preparing to develop his ego. So, what was the situation for these beings at the beginning of Earth evolution? There were beings present who were hungrily waiting to develop their sixth aspect during Earth evolution. Luciferic beings who had only managed to evolve as far as their fifth aspect on the moon and wished to develop their sixth on Earth. And there were also beings of the second kind present, who had evolved their sixth aspect on the moon and now wished to develop their seventh on Earth. That is what they expected from Earth evolution. And this was when man, with three aspects so far evolved, made the transition to Earth in order to evolve his fourth. So we can distinguish man waiting to evolve his ego, then the Luciferic beings waiting to evolve their sixth, and those waiting to evolve their seventh aspects. We will disregard the Luciferic beings who wished to develop their fifth aspect, who also existed. This gives us three kinds of microcosmic Earth beings. Three kinds of beings who had arrived in the arena of Earth evolution. Of these three, only one could attain a physical body on Earth. for the conditions earth provides, by means of its whole earthly circumstances, for physically incarnate bodily evolution, can only be provided for a fourth human aspect. Only a being that wished to evolve its fourth aspect as ego was able to gain a physical body. The other beings, wishing to develop a sixth and seventh aspect, could not have such a body. For there was no possibility within earth conditions that would have enabled beings entering earth evolution, who were so unsuited to this earth evolution, to acquire a physical body directly. There was no possibility for them to get such a physical body by direct means. So, what must they do? They had to say, quote, "We cannot find direct access to a physical human body consisting of flesh and bones, for such bodies are only available to human beings who wish to develop an ego. Instead, we must resort to a kind of surrogate physical body. We must find human beings who are the most highly evolved, who, let us say, have evolved their fourth aspect. We must crawl into them, and our being must work within them in such a way that it can develop its sixth or seventh aspect." Close quote. This meant that among the ordinary people of ancient times, there were those possessed of higher beings of a Luciferic kind, who were naturally more advanced than the human being, since they were trying to evolve their sixth or seventh aspect, while man was still at the stage of evolving his fourth. Such higher Luciferic beings, therefore, went about in earthly human bodies. These were the leaders of earthly mankind, for they knew, understood, and were able to do far more than other human beings. We hear tell of these beings in ancient stories and legends, in which they appear as the great founders of cities, great leaders of nations, and so forth. These were not just ordinary human beings, but people possessed of higher beings of a Luciferic kind, possessed in the best sense of the word. We can only rightly understand human earth evolution when we take account of such beings. Particularly the lower beings of this kind continually strive to advance their evolution in one human body after another, since they themselves cannot acquire a body. Luciferic beings have always had a longing to continue their evolution within other human beings by possessing them, and they are still doing this today. Lucifer and his hosts are at work in the human soul. We are the arena of Luciferic evolution. Whereas we human beings simply take an earthly physical body to evolve, these Luciferic beings take us and evolve within us. And that is our temptation, the fact that Luciferic beings are at work within us. In the meantime, though, these Luciferic spirits have evolved just as we have. Many a spirit of this kind, who, let us say, was on the verge of developing a sixth aspect at the time man entered the Atlantean period, has now reached the stage, remembering that earth evolution is abnormal for such a spirit, of developing a seventh aspect. He achieves this by taking possession of a human being once more, perhaps spending a number of years using all that this human being can experience as he furthers his own development. This does not do injury to human nature, for the fact that we can bring the consciousness soul to expression at this time means that a Luciferic spirit, who is in the process of evolving his seventh aspect, can possess us. What happens when a high Luciferic spirit possesses someone? The person becomes a genius, but one who, because he is a human being possessed and overshadowed by a higher being, is impractical in ordinary daily life, yet has a radical, new, and decisive influence in some field or other. One really ought not to speak about such a Luciferic spirit as though he were something hateful. He develops like a parasite within the human being, but in such a way that the person possessed and subject to his influence manifests genius, inspiration. Thus the Luciferic spirits are absolutely necessary. And people of genius in the world are those in whom, at least for a few years, a Luciferic being is hard at work. If that were not the case, then Edward Charest would not have been able to portray Lucifer as a sympathetic being. Lucifer is closely connected with the world's great cultural advances, and it is narrow-minded of traditional Christianity to see in this being nothing more than a wicked devil. This is gross Philistinism. In Faust we read, quote, "Nature is sin, spirit the devil. Between them they nurture doubt, their malformed child." Close quote. Certainly, it suits the limited horizons of traditional Christianity to regard Lucifer as the devil and to hate him. But a knowledge of human evolution tells us that the Luciferic principle is at work in geniuses. The science of the Spirit needs to look these things in the face and recognize that we would have no impetus in progressing to our fifth and sixth aspects if these spirits did not move us forward. We do indeed owe this forward propulsion to the Luciferic spirits, through the fact that they are striving for their own evolution, and this means we can grow beyond our own limited ego, as is somewhat flippantly said of poets, geniuses, and artists. Thus we look up to the Luciferic spirits as leaders of mankind in a certain sense. We must free ourselves from the narrow, orthodox Christian conception that Lucifer is merely a devil to be hated. We must recognize the liberating influence of the Luciferic principle that has also been ordained by benevolent gods. For this is what lifts us beyond ourselves in the course of earthly evolution, so that we can prophetically anticipate something that we will not truly own until the time of Jupiter, and so forth. During Earth evolution, therefore, reciprocal influence is exerted upon one another by microcosmic beings who were present at the beginning of this evolution. Thus we can say that in developing our own ego, we are led further by beings higher than man, who have already evolved their fifth aspect, and are now developing their sixth or even their seventh aspect, while we are still at work on our fourth. These Luciferic beings are thus microcosmic beings higher than man. And now, let us turn aside from these spirit beings, whom we regard as Luciferic, and come to examine the nature of Christ. The Christ is radically different from other beings who participate in earthly evolution. He is a being of a quite different order. He is not a being who, like the Luciferic spirits, remained behind during moon evolution, but one who, prefiguring moon evolution, remained behind at a still earlier stage, during old sun evolution already, and remained behind through a certain assured wisdom far exceeding that of human beings. We cannot view this being in the same way as the other beings we have referred to as microcosmic ones. Such microcosmic beings are those who have been connected with Earth evolution from its beginnings. The Christ was not directly connected with Earth evolution, but with Sun evolution. He was a macrocosmic being from the beginning of Earth evolution onward. In other words, one who is involved in quite different evolutionary conditions from those to which microcosmic beings are exposed. And his evolutionary conditions were specific to him. They were such that this macrocosmic Christ being had evolved the macrocosmic fourth principle outside earthly conditions, the macrocosmic ego. For his evolution, for Christ's evolution, it was normal to bring to perfection a macrocosmic ego outside of earthly conditions, and then to descend to earth. Thus, for the evolution of the Christ being, it was normal, as he descended from the macrocosm down to our earth, to bring with him the great impulse of the macrocosmic ego, so that the microcosmic ego, the human ego, could take up this impulse and evolve further. For Christ, it was normal to have developed the macrocosmic ego impulse, not the microcosmic ego, as far as human beings had developed the microcosmic ego on earth. Thus the Christ being is a being similar in a certain sense to man, except that man is microcosmic and has brought his four principles to microcosmic expression. His ego also has microcosmic earth ego, while the Christ manifests a cosmic ego. But his evolution had progressed in a way that meant he had grown very great and significant through the full development of this ego that he brought down to earth. And he did not yet have the fifth and sixth macrocosmic principles, for he will develop these so that he can give them to man on Jupiter and Venus. The Christ is therefore a being of fourfold nature, up to and including his macrocosmic ego, as man is at the microcosmic level. And just as man has the mission to evolve his ego during earth in order to receive, so did the Christ have the mission of evolving his ego in order to give. When he descended to earth, everything in his being was directed at bringing his fourth principle to expression in as perfect a form as possible. Now, every microcosmic principle has an inner relationship with the corresponding macrocosmic one. The fourth macrocosmic principle in Christ corresponds to the fourth microcosmic principle in man, and the fifth in Christ will correspond to man's spirit self. Thus Christ began his earthly course by bringing down to man from the macrocosm what he needed to develop in the microcosm, but he brought it as macrocosmic principle. He entered into earthly evolution in such a way that he did not possess a fifth, sixth, and seventh principle, just as man did not. The Christ is a being who has evolved macrocosmically as far as the fourth principle, and who during the course of earth undertakes the evolution of his fourth principle through bestowing everything that man needs to develop his ego. A complete overview, therefore, shows us that there were three types of being at the beginning of earth evolution. Human beings who were to receive their fully developed fourth principle on earth, a class of Luciferic beings who were to evolve their sixth principle, and another class who were to evolve their seventh. The fact that these latter beings were to develop their sixth and seventh principles means that in this respect they stand higher than man. But they also stand higher than Christ in this respect, for Christ is at the stage of bringing his fourth principle to expression on the earth in devotion to mankind. The Christ will not be the one who, let us say, stimulates human beings to bring something to expression other than the actual ego, the inmost being of man, to reach higher and higher levels. It is the Luciferic spirits who will do this, who will in a certain sense lead human beings beyond themselves. An external view of things could therefore lead one to say, quote, in that case the Christ is actually lower than Luciferic spirits, for he comes to earth with something that is closely related to man's fourth principle. Close quote. It is true that he does not try to lead man beyond himself, but only deeper into his own soul nature. He strives to bring man's individual being of soul increasingly into itself, into its own. The Luciferic beings have developed the fourth, fifth, sixth principle, and therefore are, in a certain sense, higher than Christ. In practical terms, this will in future come to expression in the fact that by taking up the Christ principle into human nature, this nature will grow more and more profound, will take up more and more light and love within itself, so that human nature will necessarily experience light and love as its deepest ultimate possession. The gift of the continual, ever ongoing Christ impulse will be the endlessly deepening inwardness of the human soul. And when Christ comes, as has been described in various lectures, his only effect will be in deepening human souls. The other spirits, who have higher principles than the Christ, although only of microcosmic nature, will in a certain sense lead man beyond himself. Christ, on the other hand, will make people more inward, but also more humble. The Luciferic spirits will lead man beyond himself and make him clever, bright, a genius, but also give him a certain haughtiness, will teach him that he can become superhuman already during Earth evolution. Therefore, everything that will in future lead man to something, as it were, beyond himself, that will make him proud of his own human nature, here on earth already, will be a Luciferic influence. From Christ will come, in contrast, all that deepens us, that, in relation to our inner life, will deepen us in a way which is only possible through the full development of the fourth principle. People who take an external view of things will say, Christ is really lower than Luciferic beings, for he only develops the fourth principle, while they develop higher ones. Yet there is a difference. These other beings develop the higher principles as though parasitically grafted onto human nature, while the Christ develops the fourth principle by fully empowering, permeating, and penetrating human nature with it. Just as the flesh and blood of Jesus of Nazareth was once empowered, permeated, and penetrated by the fourth macrocosmic principle, so will the bodies of those be permeated with the fourth macrocosmic principle who take Christ up into themselves. And in the same way that the fourth macrocosmic principle is the gift of Christ, the sixth and seventh principles will be the gift of Luciferic spirits. In future, a time will come, which is already beginning to dawn, when people lacking in wisdom will say, quote, yes, when we read the Gospels or let work upon us what Christ gave humanity, we see that his teaching does not in the least attain to that height at which other spiritual beings stand who are connected with man. Close quote. It is true that such beings are in a certain sense higher than man, but they cannot permeate the whole human being, only his reason, his intellectual genius. A time will come when people elevate the most powerful and important of these Luciferic spirits, who will try to lead man beyond himself, to a position of great honor and distinction, regarding him as a great leader of mankind. They will state, quote, of course, what Christ was able to give was really only a transitionary stage. Close quote. There are already people who say, quote, who needs the teachings of the Gospels? We've already moved beyond them. Close quote. As I have said, people will look to a spirit of outstanding brilliance, who will take possession of the flesh and blood of a human being and permeate it with his genius. And they will say, quote, he is greater than Christ, for Christ was in reality nothing more than the one who enabled us to develop the fourth principle, while this spirit enables us to get as far as the seventh principle during Earth evolution. Close quote. Thus the Christ spirit and the spirit of this other being will confront one another. The Christ spirit from whom people will be able to hope to receive the mighty macrocosmic impulse of their fourth principle, and the Luciferic spirit who will, in a certain sense, try to lead them beyond it. People would do well to stand firm and tell themselves that all they should take from Luciferic spirits is what they can look up to in the same way they look down on their lower nature. But inasmuch as people come to think that Christ can only offer the fourth principle, while other spirits provide the sixth and seventh, they will come to worship and elevate the Antichrist. Thus will the Antichrist gain ascendancy over Christ in the future. And we will be able to make no objection to this with our outward reason and insight. For it will be possible to point to many things in which the Antichrist demonstrates greater intellect and genius than the deepest human Christ principle increasingly flowing into the soul. Christ brings us the fourth macrocosmic principle, which, because it is macrocosmic, is infinitely more important than all microcosmic principles. It is stronger than them, although it is related to the human ego, stronger than everything else that can be attained in the course of Earth evolution. But because it is merely the fourth principle, people will say that what Christ brings is lower than the fifth, sixth, seventh principles that come from Luciferic spirits, and in particular is lower than what comes from the Antichrist. It is important that people pursuing the science of the Spirit gain insight into this, already in respect of the teachings of Copernicus, which, as it were, showed us the earth in movement, tore it away from the fixity in which it had formerly been placed, and set it orbiting the sun, showing how the earth is a speck of dust in the cosmos. People say, quote, "How can the Christian idea survive in the face of that?" Close quote. People engineer a contradiction between the Christian idea and this science by saying that in former times one could look up to the cross of Golgotha and to Christ, for then it seemed the earth was a chosen place in the cosmos, and the other planets looked small and as though there for Earth's purposes. At that time, one can say, man regarded the earth as worthy of bearing the cross of Golgotha. But when Copernican teachings took off, people started saying rather sarcastically that since the other planetary bodies are at least of equal significance with the earth, Christ must have wandered from one to the other. Since the other planets are mostly much larger than the earth, it is, they said, rather strange that this God-man completed his work of redemption on our little world. A Nordic scholar actually said this. He said that the Christ drama appeared to him like performing a large-scale, star-studded production in a village hall instead of a grand theater. He thought it was ridiculous not to have the greatest drama of the world performed on a large planet. An odd way of thinking indeed. And one can reply that the Christ legend itself has made it clear that one ought not to say such idiotic things, for it starts in a poor barn rather than some noble, wealthy place. This is as much as to say that one should not make the kind of objection that the Nordic scholar came out with. What people often do not consider is how inconsistent they are with their very clever ideas. This idea simply does not hold up in the face of the great simple truth that is already contained in Christian legend. And if this Christian legend places the birth of Jesus in a poor barn rather than a palace, it seems natural that the earth, rather than the largest planets, should be chosen as the place to bear the cross. The whole way, in fact, in which Christian teachings describe what Christ had to bring mankind anticipates those great teachings which the science of the Spirit should nowadays give us once more. When we let the Gospels work upon us, we can find there the deepest spiritual scientific truths, as we have often seen. But how is this great wisdom contained in the Gospels? It strikes me that if those people who do not have a single spark of the Christ impulse in them are to elevate themselves to an understanding of what is written in the Gospels, They must more or less turn their brains upside down, even develop a certain quality of genius. That normal consciousness does not suffice is clear from the fact that so few people have any understanding at all for a spiritual scientific interpretation of the Gospels. Through luciferic powers, by developing genius, one can only gain a purely external understanding of the Gospels. But how do their truths appear to us in the actual form they are given? We encounter them as if they pour forth unstinted, like ripest goodness, from what we call the being of Christ, without effort, without any strain, and speak directly to hearts that allow themselves to be imbued with the Christ impulse, illuminating and warming the soul through and through. The manner in which these greatest gifts of wisdom come to man is the opposite of the manner in which intellectual cleverness works. These truths pour forth fully formed from the fourth macrocosmic principle in Christ Jesus, in a direct, elemental, original way, so that they can pass directly to human beings. Yes, pains have been taken to ensure that human cleverness, all luciferic sharp-wittedness in human evolution, will expend much effort in trying to interpret these words of Christ, and only very gradually work through to their simplicity and grandeur, to their fundamental nature. And as with Christ's words, so also with his deeds. If we describe a fact such as the resurrection with the means that spiritual science provides, what strange fact do we encounter? A very important German theosophist, Troxler, stated in the 1820s already that one could see how human reason was increasingly imbued with the luciferic principle. He said that human reason was wholly luciferic in all its efforts to grasp things. In general, it is hard to explain deeper theosophical wisdom. Those of you who were at my lecture cycle in Prague will remember that I referred to Troxler at the time in order to show that he already knew something which can now be taught about the human etheric, or life body. He stated, as I said, that human intellect is imbued with luciferic forces. If, without recourse to these luciferic forces, we now try to grasp the resurrection through our good theosophical powers, we have to say that something significant occurred at the Jordan baptism, that the macrocosmic Christ being, who subsequently lived on the earth for 3 years, penetrated the 3 bodily sheaths of the Saint Luke Jesus. And these then passed through the mystery of Golgotha with the Christ being. Christ Jesus' course of development during these 3 years was naturally different from that of other human beings. How can we use the principles of spiritual science to grasp the essence of the resurrection? What actually occurred? Jesus of Nazareth stood by the river Jordan. His ego, separated from the physical, etheric, and astral bodies, and the macrocosmic Christ being descended, took possession of these 3 bodies, and then lived until 3 April of the year 33, as we can discover. But this was life of a different kind. For beginning already before the baptism, this life of Christ in the body of Jesus of Nazareth was a slow dying process. With every advancing stage during these 3 years, one can say that something of the bodily sheaths of Jesus of Nazareth died. Gradually these sheaths died away, so that after 3 years the whole body of Jesus of Nazareth was close to being a corpse, and was only held together by the power of the macrocosmic Christ being. You should not imagine that this body in which Christ lived was, say, 1.5 years after the Jordan baptism, the same as any other body. An ordinary human soul would have immediately felt this body falling away from it, for it could only be held together by the mighty macrocosmic Christ being. This was a continual slow death over 3 years. And this body had reached the verge of dissolution when the mystery of Golgotha occurred, and then all that was necessary was for those men, as it is related, to come to treat the body with their strange spices, creating a chemical union between these particular special substances and the body of Jesus of Nazareth, in whom the macrocosmic Christ being had lived for 3 years, and then lower it into the grave. Very little was needed for this body to fall to dust in the grave, and for the Christ spirit to clothe itself, one can say, in an etheric body, condensing into visibility. Thus the risen Christ was wrapped in an etheric body condensed into visibility. He went about in this way, and appeared to those to whom he was able to appear. He was not visible to all, since it was really only a condensed etheric body that he bore after resurrection. What had been placed in the grave crumbled into dust, and the most recent occult researches confirm that an earthquake did indeed occur. It was striking for me to find a suggestion in the Gospel of St. Matthew that an earthquake had occurred, after discovering this fact through occult research. The earth opened, the dust of the corpse fell into the chasm, and united with the whole substance of the earth. The violent trembling caused by the earthquake shook and scattered the cloths, as described in the St. John's Gospel. It is wonderfully described in the St. John Gospel. This is the occult way of grasping the resurrection, which does not need to conflict with what the Gospels say. I have often pointed out that Mary Magdalene did not recognize the Christ when he met her. How could she not recognize someone whom she had seen only a few days before, especially when this was such an important individuality as Christ Jesus? When it is related that Mary Magdalene did not recognize him, it must be because she encountered him in a different form. She only recognizes him when she hears him speak, as it were. Then she becomes aware of him. And all details in the Gospels become comprehensible to us from an occult perspective. Yet someone might object that the risen one, when he appeared to the disciples, urged Thomas to touch his wounds. One might therefore think that these wounds were still there, and that Christ had come to the disciples in the same body that had crumbled into dust. No. Just imagine that someone has a wound. The etheric body contracts more tightly at this point, forms a kind of scar. And in this particularly contracted etheric body, from which the constituents of the new etheric body were drawn, with which the Christ being clothed himself, were especially dense places, so that Thomas too could sense that this was a reality. This gospel passage is particularly wonderful from an occult perspective. It in no way contradicts the fact that we have here an etheric body condensed to visibility through the power of Christ, paving the way for the Emmaus scene. This is described in the Gospel not as an ordinary intake of nourishment, but as a dissolution of food directly through the etheric body, through Christ's power, without involvement of the physical body. All these things can nowadays be understood by following the esoteric principles of spiritual science. The Gospels can, in a certain sense, be taken literally, apart from passages that have been badly translated. It is wonderful how every small detail comes into focus and can be understood. And those who see this can, on noticing some contradiction, say to themselves, quote, "I am still not clever enough to understand this," close quote. They feel less clever, in quotes, than modern theologians who say they cannot understand the resurrection as described in the Gospels. But by grasping the fundamental aspect of things, we can indeed understand it. What impression does all this make on human intellect and reason? Well, it has the effect that people say, quote, "If I am to believe in the resurrection, then I must erase all that I have so far attained through logic and reason. I cannot do that. So the resurrection must be demolished instead." Close quote. The reason that speaks like this is imbued with Luciferic character, which cannot grasp these things. It will increasingly come to reject the great fundamental words and facts of former times, and those surrounding the mystery of Golgotha. But the science of the Spirit will be called upon to grasp these things right down to their smallest details. It will not reject what can extend beyond the fourth macrocosmic principle as fifth, sixth, and seventh principles. But nevertheless, it will see in the former the greatest impulse that has been given to Earth evolution. But from this you can see that understanding the Christ aspect of Earth evolution is not completely straightforward, since the objection is, in a certain sense, justified, that particular spirits, Luciferic spirits, lead us onward toward other, but only microcosmic principles. I have previously expressed this by saying that Christ is a kind of center, a focal point, where being works through deed, through what it is itself. Surrounding Christ there sit the 12 bodhisattvas of the world, who are illumined by what radiates from Christ, and who elevate it, through working upon it with their wisdom firstly, to higher principles. But from the fourth principle there also radiates everything that illumines these higher principles, inasmuch as these evolve during Earth. A great deal of error in regard to the uniqueness of Christ is caused by the fact that people are unclear that Christ represents not just the fourth principle, but the fourth macrocosmic principle, and that though higher principles can be developed, these are only microcosmic principles, developed by beings who did not complete their evolution on Old Moon. Nevertheless, in their own way, they stand higher than man, for they evolved during Moon evolution what people on Earth still need to evolve. If we wish to understand the true place of the Christ principle within Earth evolution, and be clear why in future the Antichrist will, in many respects, be set higher than Christ himself, we need to elevate ourselves to an understanding of such things as have here been described. The Antichrist may appear cleverer, perhaps, may seem to possess greater intellectual brilliance than Christ, and will gain a powerful following. But the science of the Spirit should prepare itself to withstand the deception that has been characterized here. Above all, a sure anchorage in good spiritual scientific principles will be needed to avoid being deceived in this realm. The task and mission of the esotericism that has developed in the West since the 13th century, and which we have often referred to, was above all to elaborate and clearly reveal what can be said in this respect about Christ. Those who stand firm on the solid ground of this esotericism will recognize more and more clearly the central place of Christ for Earth evolution. And increasingly, people will come, in contrast to all the supposed reincarnations of Christ on Earth, to recognize this simple fact. Just as a pair of scales can only be supported by one focal point, not two or more, so must Earth evolution have a central fundamental impulse. Those who assume that Christ incarnates several times make the same mistake as someone who thinks that scales must be supported at 2 points in order to function properly. It doesn't work. And a being that walked the earth in several incarnations would not be Christ. This is what every trained occultist will come to see in relation to the nature of Christ. A simple comparison can always illumine the uniqueness of the nature of Christ. And in that sense, too, the Gospels and the science of the Spirit are in complete harmony. The end of Lecture 13. You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. And they're all translated by Matthew Barton or revised by him. This is Lecture 14, the first of 2 given in Kassel on the 27th of January, 1912, both entitled The Dawn of Occultism in the Modern Age. Today's lecture will be historical in character, and the day after tomorrow I shall speak of matters which will give us deeper insight into the impulses contained in the thinking, willing, and actions of Rosicrucianism. We can only understand the work of Rosicrucianism as it is today when we realize that it was never a model laid down once and for all, but assumes a different form in every century. This is because Rosicrucianism must always adapt itself to the conditions of the times. It is quite obvious to us that the fundamental impulses of spiritual science must increasingly find their way into the culture of the present age. But we know, too, that this is difficult in our present Western culture. Spiritual science cannot make different human beings of us from one day to the next, because our karma has placed us in Western culture. Our task is not as simple as that of representatives of communities based upon race or the tenets of a particular religion. For our fundamental principle must be that we are not rooted in the soil of a specific creed, but regard the different systems of religion as forms and variations of the one universal life. It is the seed of spiritual truth in all religions for which spiritual science must seek. As a Westerner, the anthroposophist may very easily be misunderstood, above all by the different religious confessions and schools of thought in the world. If we rightly understand our task as scientists of the spirit, we must hold fast to the principle of historical development, realizing that spiritual science is an integral part of this development. Each one of you here has been incarnated in every epoch of culture, indeed more than once. What is the purpose of these reincarnations? Why must the human being pass through all these different schoolings in succeeding periods of culture and civilization? It was this question which brought Lessing to avow his belief in the idea of reincarnation. Lessing thought to himself, human beings have lived through all the earlier periods of culture, and they must return again and again in order to learn new things and to be able to connect the old with the new. There must be a purpose in the fact that we pass through different incarnations, and the purpose is that in each of them the human being shall add new experiences to the old. As you have often heard, there are great differences between the successive epochs of culture. Today we shall speak in greater detail of an extremely important period, the 13th century. Human beings in incarnation at that time lived through an experience which had not fallen to the lot of others. What I am now about to say is known to all who have reached a certain high level of spiritual life and who are now again in incarnation. In the 13th century, spiritual darkness fell for a time upon all human beings, even the most enlightened, and also upon the initiates. Whatever knowledge of the spiritual worlds existed in the 13th century came from tradition or from those who, in still earlier times, had been initiates and were able to call up memories of what they had then experienced. But for a brief space of time, it was impossible, even for these people, to have direct vision of the spiritual world. Darkness had to fall for this short period to prepare for the intellectual culture which was to be characteristic of our modern age. The important point is that we have this kind of culture today in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. Culture in the Greek epoch was quite different. Instead of the modern intellectual kind of thinking, direct perception was then the dominant faculty. The human being was one, as it were, with what he saw and heard, even with what he thought. He did not cogitate and reason as he does today, which is right and correct, for this is the task of the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. In the 13th century, it was necessary for especially suitable personalities to be singled out for initiation. And the initiation itself could only take place after that brief period of darkness had come to an end. The name of the place in Europe where these events that I shall now describe took place cannot yet be made known, but before very long this too will be possible. We shall speak today of the dawn of occultism in the modern age. 12 men were living at the time of the darkness, 12 men of deep spirituality, who came together in order to further the progress of humanity. None of them possessed the power of direct vision of the spiritual world, but they were able to bring to life within them memories of what they had experienced through earlier initiation. And by the dispensation of the karma of mankind, the legacy of the ancient culture of Atlantis was embodied in 7 of these 12 men. In my book titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, it is stated that the 7 wise teachers of the ancient holy Indian civilization bore within them the surviving wisdom of Atlantis. These 7 men were incarnated again in the 13th century and formed part of the 12. It was they who were able to look back to the 7 streams of the ancient Atlantean wisdom and to their further course. The task assigned to each of the 7 was to make one of the 7 streams of wisdom fruitful both for the culture of the 13th century and for that of our modern age. These 7 individualities were joined by 4 others. Unlike the first 7, these 4 were not able to look back to times of the primeval past. They looked back to what mankind had acquired from occult truths during the 4 epochs of post-Atlantean culture. The first of the 4 looked back to the period of ancient India, the second to that of ancient Persia, the third to that of Egyptian, Chaldean, and Babylonian Assyrian culture, and the fourth to that of the Greco-Roman age. These 4 joined the 7 in the council of the wise men in the 13th century. The 12th had fewest memories. He was the most intellectual of the 12, and it was his task to cultivate and foster the external sciences. These 12 individualities did not live on only in the sphere of Western occultism, but could also be incorporated, as it were, in people who possessed some genuine knowledge of occultism. Goethe's poem The Mysteries gives a certain indication of this. Thus there were 12 outstanding individualities, joined by a 13th, who after the period of darkness had come to an end, was to be chosen for the kind of initiation necessary in Western culture. The circumstances are very mysterious, and I can only give you the following information in the form of a narrative. To me, it is objective truth, but you yourselves can put it to the test by gathering together what has been said by anthroposophical spiritual science during the last 2 years, in addition to what you know of history since the 13th century. It was known to the council of 12 wise men that a child was to be born who had lived in Palestine at the time of Christ, and had been present when the mystery of Golgotha had taken place. This individuality had strong heart forces and a power of deep inward love, which circumstances had since helped him to unfold. An individuality of extraordinary spirituality was incarnated in this child. It was necessary in this case for a process to be enacted, which will never be repeated in the same form. What I shall tell you does not describe a typical initiation, but an altogether exceptional happening. It was necessary for this child to be removed from the environment into which he was born, and to be placed in the care of the 12 at a certain place in Europe. But it was not the external measures adopted by the 12 wise men that are of essential importance. What is important is the fact that the child grew up with the 12 around him, and because of this, their wisdom was able to stream into him. One of the 12, for example, possessed Mars wisdom, and therewith a definite quality of soul, a mood of soul tempered by this Mars wisdom. The forces of Mars culture endowed his soul with the faculty, among others, of presenting occult sciences with a fiery enthusiasm and ardor. Similar planetary influences were also at work in other faculties distributed among the 12. The influences, pouring from the 12 wise men, worked in such mutual accord that the soul of the child was harmoniously formed. And so the child grew up under the unceasing care of the 12. Then at a certain time, when the child had grown into a young man of about 20, he was able to give expression to something that was a kind of reflection of the 12 streams of wisdom, but in a form altogether new even to the 12 wise men. The metamorphosis was accompanied by violent organic changes. Even physically, the child had been quite unlike other human beings. He was often very ill, and his body became transparent, as though filled with light. Then there came a time when, for some days, the soul departed altogether from the body. The young man lay as if dead. And when the soul returned, it was as though the 12 streams of wisdom were born anew, so that the 12 wise men also could learn something quite new from the youth. He was now able to speak of quite new experiences. There had come to him, through the mystery of Golgotha, an experience similar to that of Paul on the road to Damascus. Thereby it was possible for all the 12 world conceptions, religious and scientific, and fundamentally there are only 12, to be amalgamated into one comprehensive whole, which could do justice to them all. Of what was taught we shall speak the day after tomorrow. It remains now to be said that the young man died very soon afterward. His life on earth had been brief. His mission had been to create this synthesis of the 12 streams of wisdom in the sphere of thought, and to bring forth the new impulse which he could then bequeath to the 12 men who were to carry it further. A great and significant impetus was thus given. The name of this individuality, from whom this impulse originated, was Christian Rosenkreutz. He was born again in the 14th century, and this earthly life lasted for more than 100 years. In this new earthly life he brought to outward fruition all that he had lived through in the brief space of time of his previous life. He traveled all over the West, and over practically the whole of the then known world, in order to receive anew the wisdom which in his former life had quickened in him the new impulse, the impulse which, as a kind of essence, was to filter into the culture of the times. This new impulse also came to expression in the exoteric world. The inspiration of the being of whom we have spoken worked, for example, in Lessing. It is not, of course, possible to give outward proof of this, but Lessing's whole mode and manner of thinking is such that the Rosicrucian impulse it contains is perceptible to one versed in these matters. Again, in the 19th century, an age so ill adapted for the ideas of karma, reincarnation, and the like, this impulse worked exoterically. It is an interesting fact that toward the end of the 40s of the 19th century, a certain scientific body offered a reward for the best philosophical treatise on the subject of the immortality of the soul. The one that was awarded the prize was by Wiedemann, who accepted the principle that the soul has many earthly lives. Naturally, this essay does not speak of reincarnation in the way spiritual science now does, but it is interesting that such a treatise should have appeared at that time and have been awarded the prize. And other contemporary psychologists also acknowledged their belief in repeated earth lives. The thread of belief in reincarnation and karma was never entirely broken. Moreover, the early writings of the founder of the Theosophical Society, the great H.P. Blavatsky, are explicable only when we recognize the Rosicrucian inspiration underlying them. Now, it is of the greatest importance for us to know that whenever the Rosicrucian inspiration is given, in each century, the bearer of the inspiration is never outwardly named. His identity is known only to the very highest initiates. Today, for example, it is only permissible to speak of happenings of 100 years ago, for this is the period of time which must elapse before they may be spoken of openly. the temptation to pay fanatical veneration to authority vested in some personality, which is the worst thing of all, would be too great. This danger is too near at hand. Silence is a necessary precaution, not only against the wiles of ambition and pride, which it might be possible to resist, but above all because of the occult astral attacks which would be directed all the time against such an individual. Hence the rule that these things may not be spoken of until 100 years have elapsed. Such studies must help us to realize that Rosicrucianism is at the very heart of historical development, at the focal point of evolution. By a simple comparison, let me explain to you what is meant by this. Think of a pair of scales. There must be only one focal point, or fulcrum, for if there were two, no weighing would be possible. One such fulcrum is also necessary in the process of historical evolution. Eastern world conceptions do not admit this, nor do they recognize historical evolution in this sense, and the same applies to Schopenhauer. But it is the task of Western humanity to acknowledge the course of history, and it is the mission of Rosicrucianism to promote a kind of thinking which admits the reality of a fulcrum or pivotal point in history. In regard to what will now be said, the religious confession to which a person belongs is of no consequence, for it can be substantiated from the Akashic record that the day which represents the pivotal point in the evolution of mankind is 3 April in the year AD 33. Knowledge of the fact that the pivot of evolution lies at this point is an essential part of Rosicrucianism. What was it that really happened then? What happened was that what can be called the crisis in the demon world. And what does this mean? We know that in earlier times human beings possessed the faculty of primitive clairvoyance. This clairvoyance became progressively feebler, almost to the point of extinction. The fact is that, hitherto, the human being had been conscious mainly in the astral body, and less in the ego. The crisis came about because of the darkening of ancient clairvoyance. Man's vision then extended only into the lowest regions of the spiritual world. The ego still lived in the astral world, but the beings and powers which the ego was able to behold deteriorated into greater and greater impurity. Man no longer had any vision of the good powers, but as he looked into the astral world, he saw only these evil beings. The only means of salvation was the cultivation and development of the ego. The starting point for this was what took place in the baptism by John in the Jordan. What was the experience of one thus baptized? He experienced, in the first place, the physical process of immersion in the water, which caused the separation of astral and etheric bodies from the physical body. This enabled him to perceive that a crisis was at hand in the world of the demons. And those who had been baptized knew, we must change our hearts. The time is at hand when the spirit is to stream directly into the ego. Such a person felt that these terrible astral beings were within him, continually penetrating into him. Something had to come that transcends the astral, and this is the ego. Through the ego it will be possible for communities of human beings to gather together in freedom of soul, communities no longer determined by ties of blood. And now picture to yourselves someone possessed by demons of the most evil kind, who know that they are facing a crisis. Picture to yourselves again that to such a person comes one whose mission is to oppose the demons. What must the demons feel? They must feel extremely ill at ease. And so indeed it was. In the presence of Christ Jesus, the demons were ill at ease. Rosicrucianism contains the impulse through which the demons may and must be countered. Through this impulse, the ego is to become supreme. but in this respect little progress has yet been made. Returning to the point at which the lecture began, it is not difficult to realize that it will be harder for us, as anthroposophists, to make our voice heard in the world than it will be for any others. The adherents of other views of the world will have less persecution to suffer than anthroposophists. For nothing makes people more uneasy than to describe to them the true nature of the Christ. But our conviction is based upon the results of genuine occult science, and this conviction must be sustained with all the strength of which we are capable. The end of Lecture 14. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 15, the second of two given in Kassel, this one on the 29th of January, 1912, also entitled The Dawn of Occultism in the Modern Age. Today we will lead on from the lecture of the day before yesterday to certain matters which can promote a deep personal understanding of anthroposophical life. If you survey our life and make real efforts to get to the roots of what happens in it, very much can be gained. We shall recognize the justice of many things in our destiny and realize that we have deserved them. Suppose someone has been superficial and thoughtless in the present incarnation and is subsequently struck by a blow of fate. It may not be possible in a direct outward manner to connect the blow of fate with the thoughtlessness, but a feeling arises nevertheless that there is justice in it. Then again, looking back on our life, we find blows of fate which we can only attribute to chance, for there seems no explanation for them whatever. We can find these two categories of experience as we survey our life. Now, it is important to make a clear distinction between apparent chance and obvious necessity. When someone reviews his life with reference to these two kinds of occurrence, he will fail to reach any higher stage of development without striving for a very clear perception of everything that seems due to chance. We must try, above all, to have a clear perception of those things we have not wished for, which go right against the grain. It is possible to adopt a hypothetical stance and ask, how would it be if I were to take those things which I have not desired, which are disagreeable to me, and imagine that I myself actually really wanted them? In other words, we imagine with all intensity that we ourselves willed our particular circumstances. In regard to apparently fortuitous happenings, we must picture the possibility of having ourselves put forth a deliberate and strong effort of will in order to bring them about. Meditatively, as it were, we must induce this attitude to happenings which on the face of them seem to be purely fortuitous in our lives. Every human being today is capable of this mental exercise. If we proceed in this way, a very definite impression will gradually arise in the soul. We will feel as though something were striving to be released from us. The soul says to itself, quote, "Here, as a mental image, I have before me a second being. He is actually there." Close quote. We cannot get rid of this image, and the being gradually becomes our, in quotes, double. The soul begins to feel a real connection with this being who has been imagined into existence, to realize that this being does actually exist within us. If this conception deepens into a vivid and intense experience, we become aware that this imagined being is by no means without significance. We become certain that we did indeed once have the impulses of will within us, which led to the apparently chance happenings of today. Thereby we reach a deeply rooted conviction that we were already in existence before coming down into the body. Every human being today can experience this conviction. And now, let us consider the question of the human being's successive incarnations. What is it that reincarnates? How can we discover the answer to this question? There are three fundamental and distinct categories of experience in the life of the soul. Firstly, our mental pictures, our ideas and thoughts. In forming a mental picture, our attitude may well be one of complete neutrality. We need not love or hate what we picture inwardly. Neither need we feel sympathy or antipathy toward it. Secondly, there are the moods and shades of feeling which arise alongside the ideas or the thoughts. The cause of these moods in the life of feeling is that we like or love one thing, dislike or abhor another, and so forth. The third kind of experience in our soul life are impulses of the will. There are, of course, transitional stages, but speaking generally, these are the three categories. Moreover, it is fundamentally characteristic of a healthy life of soul to be able to keep these three kinds of experiences separate and distinct from one another. Our life of thought and mental picturing arise because we receive stimuli from outside. Nobody will find it difficult to realize that conceptual life is most closely bound up with our present incarnation. This, after all, is obvious when we bear in mind that speech is the instrument whereby we express our thoughts, and speech or language must, in the nature of things, differ in every incarnation. We no more bring language with us at the beginning of a new incarnation than we bring thoughts and ideas. The language, as well as the thoughts, must be acquired afresh in each incarnation. Hebel once wrote something very remarkable in his diary. The idea occurred to him that a scene in which the reincarnated Plato was being soundly chastised by the teacher for his lack of understanding of Plato would produce a very striking effect in a play. A person does not carry over his thought and mental life from one incarnation to another, and he takes practically nothing of it with him into his after-death existence. After death, we evolve no thoughts or mental pictures, but have direct perceptions, just as our physical eyes have perceptions of color. After death, the world of concepts is seen as a kind of net spread out across existence. But our feelings, our moods of heart and feeling, these we retain after death. And we also bring their forces with us as qualities and tendencies of soul into a new earthly life. For example, even if a child's life of thought is undeveloped, we shall be able to notice quite definite tendencies in his life of feeling. And because our impulses of will are linked with feelings, we also take them with us into our life after death. If, for instance, someone succumbs to a mistaken idea, the effect upon his life of feeling is not the same as if he devotes himself to the truth. For a long time after death, we suffer from the consequences of false mental images and ideas. Our attention must therefore turn to the qualities and moods of feeling and the impulses of will when we ask ourselves what actually passes on from one incarnation to another. Suppose something painful happened to us 10 or 20 years ago. In thought today, we may be able to remember it quite distinctly and in detail, but the actual pain we felt at the time has all but faded away. We cannot re-experience the stirrings of feelings and impulses of will which accompanied it. Think for a moment of Bismarck and the overwhelming difficulties we know he had to face when he took his decision to go to war in 1866. Think of what tumultuous feelings, what teeming impulses of will were working in Bismarck at that time. But even when writing his memoirs, would Bismarck have been conscious of these emotions and resolves with anything like the same intensity? Of course not. Man's memory between birth and death is composed of thoughts and mental pictures. It may be, of course, that even after 10 or 20 years a feeling of pain comes over us at the recollection of some sorrowful event. But generally speaking, the pain will have greatly diminished after this lapse of time. In thought, however, we can remember the very details of the event. If we now picture to ourselves that we actually willed certain painful events, that in reality we welcomed things which in our youth we may have hated, the very difficulty of this exercise rouses the soul, and thus has an effect upon the life of feeling. Suppose, for example, a stone once crashed down upon us. We now try with all intensity to picture that we ourselves willed it so. Through such mental pictures, that we ourselves have willed the chance events in our life, we arouse in the life of feeling memory of our earlier incarnations. In this way, we begin to realize that we are rooted in the spiritual world. We begin to understand our destiny. We have brought with us from our previous incarnation the will for the chance events of this life. To devote ourselves in meditation to such thoughts and elaborate them is of the highest importance. Between death and a new birth, too, much transpires, for this period is infinitely rich in experiences, purely spiritual experiences, of course. We therefore bring with us qualities of feeling and impulses of will from the period between death and a new birth, that is to say, from the spiritual world. Upon this rests a certain occurrence of very great importance in the modern age, but one of which little notice is taken. The occurrence is to be found in the lives of many people today, but it is usually passed by unnoticed. It is, however, the task of anthroposophy to point to such an occurrence and its significance. Let me make it clear by an example. Suppose someone has occasion to go somewhere or other, and his path leads him to follow in the tracks of another human being, a child perhaps. Suddenly the person catches sight of a yawning chasm at the edge of the path along which the child is walking. A few steps further, and the child will inevitably fall over the edge into the chasm. He runs to save the child, runs and runs, entirely forgetting about the chasm. Then he suddenly hears a voice calling out to him from somewhere, "Stand still." He halts as though nailed to the spot. At that moment the child catches hold of a tree and also stops, so that no harm befalls. If no voice had called at that moment, the man would inevitably have fallen into the chasm. He wonders where the voice came from. There is no one at all who could have called, but he realizes that he would quite certainly have lost his life if he had not heard this voice. Yet, however closely he investigates, he cannot find that the warning came from any physical voice. Through close self-observation, many human beings living at the present time would be able to recognize a similar experience in their lives. But far too little attention is paid to such things. An experience of this kind may pass by without leaving a trace. Then the impression fades away and no importance is attached to the experience. But suppose someone has been attentive and realizes that it was not without significance. The thought may then occur to him, quote, "At that point in your life you were facing a crisis, a karmic crisis. Your life should really have ended at that moment, for you had forfeited it. You were saved by something akin to chance, and since then a second life has, as it were, been grafted onto the first. This second life is to be regarded as a gift bestowed upon you, and you must act accordingly." Close quote. When such an experience makes a person feel that his life from that time onward has been bestowed upon him as a gift, this means that he can be accounted a follower of Christian Rosenkreutz. For this is how Christian Rosenkreutz calls the souls whom he has chosen. Anyone who can recall such an occurrence and everyone sitting here can discover something of the kind in their lives if they observe closely enough, has the right to say to himself, Christian Rosenkreutz has given me a sign from the spiritual world that I belong to his stream. Christian Rosenkreutz has added such an experience to my karma. This is the way in which Christian Rosenkreutz chooses his pupils. This is how he gathers his community. A person conscious of this experience knows with certainty that a path has been pointed out to him which he must follow, trying to discover how he can dedicate himself to the service of Rosicrucianism. If there are some people who have not yet recognized the sign, they will do so later on, for he to whom the sign has once been given will never again be free from it. Such an experience comes to those who during the period between their last death and present birth were in contact with Christian Rosenkreutz in the spiritual world. It was then that Christian Rosenkreutz chose us, imparting an impulse of will which leads us now to such experiences. This is the way in which spiritual connections are established. Materialistic thought will naturally regard all these things as hallucinations, just as it regards the experience of Paul at Damascus as having been an hallucination. The logical conclusion to be drawn from this is that the whole of Christianity is based upon an hallucination, therefore upon error. For theologians are perfectly well aware that the event at Damascus is the foundation stone of the whole of subsequent Christianity. And if this foundation stone itself is nothing but an illusion, then, if thought is consistent, everything built upon it must obviously be fallacy. An attempt has been made today to show that certain occurrences, certain experiences in life may indicate to us how we are interwoven in the spiritual fabric of world existence. If we develop our feeling memory, then we live our way into the spiritual life which streams and pulses through the world. Theoretical knowledge alone does not make people true anthroposophists. Those who understand their own life and the life of other human beings in the sense indicated today, they and they alone are true anthroposophists. Anthroposophy then becomes a fundamental force transforming our life of soul. And the goal of the work in our groups must be that the intimate experiences of the soul change in character, that through the gradual development of feeling memory we become aware of immortality. The true theosophist or anthroposophist must be certain that if he really desires it, if he applies the forces within him in all their strength, then he can utterly transform his character. We must learn to feel and experience that an immortal element holds sway in ourselves and in everything else. An anthroposophist becomes an anthroposophist because his faculties remain open and receptive his whole life long, even when his hair is white. And this realization that progress is always and forever possible will transform our whole spiritual life today. One of the consequences of materialism is that human beings become prematurely old. 30 years ago, for example, children looked quite different. There are children today of 10 or 12 years of age who look almost like very old men and women. Human beings have become so precocious, especially the grown-ups. They maintain that lies, such as that of babies being brought by the stork, should not be told to children, that children should be enlightened on such matters. But this enlightenment itself is really a lie. Those who come after us will know that the souls of our children hover down as bird-like spirit forms from the higher worlds. To have an imaginative conception of many things still beyond our comprehension is of very great importance. As regards the fact in question, it might be possible to find a better imaginative picture than the story of the stork. What matters is that spiritual forces operate between the child and his parents or teachers. A kind of secret magnetism must be there. We must ourselves believe in any imaginative picture we give to the children. If it is a question of explaining death to them, we must point to another phenomenon of nature. We can say, quote, "See how the butterfly flies out of the chrysalis. The same thing happens to the human soul after death." Close quote. Yet we must ourselves believe that the forces in the butterfly, emerging from the chrysalis, present us with a true image of the soul going forth from the body. The world spirit has inscribed such a picture in nature to draw our attention to the process. It is tremendously important to be always capable of learning, of remaining young, independently of our physical body. And that is the great task of theosophy that has become anthroposophy, to bring to the world the rejuvenation which it needs. We must get beyond the banal and the purely material, to recognize soul and spirit as powers operating in life. This must be the aim of the work in our groups. We must be permeated more and more with the knowledge that the soul can gain mastery over the external world. The end of Lecture 15. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is Lecture 16, entitled The True Attitude to Karma, given in Vienna on the 8th of February, 1912. I had good reason to emphasize at the end of each of the two public lectures that anthroposophy must not be regarded merely as a theory or a science, nor only as knowledge in the ordinary sense. It is rather something that can be transformed in the soul into actual life, into an elixir of life. What really matters, more than simply acquiring knowledge through anthroposophy, is that forces flow into us from anthroposophy, which help us not only in ordinary physical existence, but through the whole compass of life, including physical existence and the discarnate condition between death and a new birth. The more we feel that anthroposophy bestows upon us forces which strengthen and enrich life itself, the more truly do we understand it. When such a statement is made, people may ask, if anthroposophy is to be a power that strengthens and invigorates life, why is it necessary to absorb all this apparently theoretical knowledge? Why do we have to bother in our group meetings with all sorts of details about past planetary embodiments of the earth? Why is it necessary to learn about things that happened in the remote past? Why are we also expected to familiarize ourselves with the more intimate, intangible laws of reincarnation, karma, and so forth? Many people might think that anthroposophy is just another kind of science, on a par with the many sciences existing in outer physical life. Now, in answering this question, which has been mentioned here because it is very likely to be asked, we must put aside all considerations of comfort and convenience. Scrupulous self-examination is necessary to find whether or not such questions are tainted by that habitual slackness in life which we know only too well. People are often fundamentally unwilling to learn, unwilling to take hold of the spiritual, because this is inconvenient. And so we must ask ourselves whether this fear of inconvenience and discomfort is creeping into such questions. Let us admit that we really do think occasionally that there might be an easier path to anthroposophy than all that is presented, for example, in our literature. It is often said lightheartedly that, after all, a person need only know himself, need only try to be a good and righteous human being, and then he is a sufficiently good anthroposophist. Yes, my dear friends, but precisely this gives us the deeper knowledge that there is in fact nothing more difficult than to be a good person, and that nothing needs so much preparation and hard work as attaining this ideal. And the truth about self-knowledge is certainly not something that can be answered in a moment, as so many people would like to think. Today, therefore, we will consider certain questions which are often expressed in the way suggested above. We will think of how anthroposophy comes to us, seemingly as a body of teaching, a science, although in essence it brings self-knowledge and the aspiration to become good and righteous human beings. And to this end, it is important to study from different points of view how anthroposophy can flow into life. Let us consider one of life's vital questions. I am not referring to anything in the domain of science, but to a question arising in our everyday lives, that of consolation for suffering, for lack of satisfaction in life. How, for example, can anthroposophy bring consolation to people in distress when they need it? Every individual must, of course, apply what can be said about such matters to his own particular case. In addressing a number of people, one can only speak in a general sense. Why do we need consolation in life? Because something may distress us, because we have to suffer and undergo painful experiences. Now, it is natural for us to feel that something in us rebels against this suffering. And we ask, quote, "Why have I to bear it? Why has it fallen to my lot? Could my life not have been without pain? Could it not have brought me contentment?" Close quote. Anyone who puts the question in this way can only find an answer when he understands the nature of human karma, of human destiny. Why do we suffer? And I am referring not only to outer suffering, but also to inner suffering, due to a sense of failure, And I am referring not only to outer suffering, but also to inner suffering, due to a sense of failure to do ourselves justice, or find our proper bearings in life. This is what I mean by inner suffering. Why does life bring so much that leaves us unsatisfied? Study the laws of karma. Study of the laws of karma will make it clear to us that something underlies our sufferings, something that can be illustrated by an example drawn from ordinary life between birth and death. I have given this example more than once. Suppose a young man has lived up to the age of 18 or so, entirely dependent on his father. His life has been happy and carefree. He has had everything he wanted. Then the father loses his fortune, becomes bankrupt, and the youth is obliged to set about learning something, to exert himself. Life brings him many sufferings and deprivations. It is readily understandable that the sufferings are not at all to his liking. But now, think of him at the age of 50. Because circumstances obliged him to learn something in his youth, he has turned into a decent, self-respecting human being. He has found his feet in life and can say to himself, quote, "My attitude to the sufferings and deprivations was natural at the time, but now I think quite differently about them. I realize now that the sufferings would not have come to me if in those days I had possessed all the virtues, even the very circumscribed ones, of a boy of 18. If no suffering had come my way, I should have remained a good-for-nothing. It was the sufferings that changed my imperfections into something far better. It is due to the suffering that I am not the same human being I was 40 years ago. What was it then that joined forces in me at that time? My own imperfections and my suffering joined forces. And my imperfections sought out the suffering so that they might be removed and transformed into virtues." Close quote. This attitude can even arise from quite an ordinary view of life between birth and death. And if we think deeply about life as a whole, facing our karma in the way described in the lecture yesterday, we shall be convinced that our imperfections seek out our sufferings. The vast majority of sufferings are indeed sought out by the imperfections we have brought with us from earlier incarnations. And because of these imperfections, a wiser being within us seeks for the path leading to our sufferings. For it is a golden rule in life that as human beings we constantly have within us a being who is much wiser, much cleverer than ourselves. The part of us we call I in ordinary life has far less wisdom, and if faced with the alternative of seeking either pain or happiness, would certainly choose the path to happiness. The wiser being operates in the depths of subconscious life, to which ordinary consciousness does not extend. This wiser being diverts our gaze from the path to superficial happiness and kindles within us a magic power which, without our conscious knowledge, leads us toward suffering. But what does this mean, without our conscious knowledge? It means that the wiser being is prevailing over the less wise one, and this wiser being invariably acts within us so that it leads our imperfections to our sufferings, allowing us to suffer because every outer and inner suffering roots out some imperfection and leads to greater perfection. We may be willing to accept such principles in theory, but that is not of much account. A great deal is achieved, however, if in certain solemn and dedicated moments of life we try strenuously to make such principles the very life-blood of the soul. In the hurry and bustle, the work and the duties of ordinary life, this is not always possible. Under these circumstances, we cannot always oust the being of lesser wisdom, who is, after all, part of us. But in certain deliberately chosen moments, however short they may be, we shall be able to say to ourselves, quote, I will turn away from the hubbub of outer life and view my sufferings in such a way that I realize how the wiser being within me has been drawn to them by a magic power, how I imposed upon myself certain pain without which I should not have overcome this or that imperfection. Close quote. A feeling of the peace inherent in wisdom will then arise, bringing the realization that even when the world seems full of suffering, there too it is full of wisdom. In this way life is enriched through anthroposophy. We may forget it again in the affairs of outward life, but if we do not forget it altogether and repeat the exercise steadfastly, we shall find that a kind of seed has been laid in the soul, and that many a feeling of sadness and depression changes into a more positive attitude, into strength and energy. And then out of such quiet moments in life, we will acquire more harmonious souls and become stronger individuals. Then we may pass on to something else. But the anthroposophist should make it a rule to devote himself to these other thoughts only when the attitude that comforts him in his suffering has become alive within him. We may turn then to think about the happiness and joys of life. Someone who adopts toward his destiny the attitude that he himself has willed his sufferings will have a strange experience when he comes to think about his joy and happiness. It is not as easy for him here as it is in the case of his sufferings. It is easy, after all, to find a consolation for suffering, and anyone who feels doubtful has only to persevere. But it will be difficult to find the right attitude to happiness and joy. However strongly someone may bring himself to feel that he has willed his suffering, when he applies this mood of soul to his happiness and joy, he will not be able to avoid a sense of shame. He will feel thoroughly ashamed. And he can only rid himself of this feeling of shame by saying to himself, quote, no, I have certainly not earned my joy and happiness through my own karma. Close quote. This is the only cure. For otherwise the shame may be so intense that it almost shatters the soul. The only salvation is not to attribute our joys to the wiser being within us. This thought will convince us that we are on the right road, because the feeling of shame passes away. It is really so. Happiness and joy in life are bestowed by the wise guidance of the worlds, without our assistance, as something we must receive as grace, always recognizing that the purpose is to give us our place in the whole scheme of things. Joy and happiness should so work upon us in the celebratory moments of life, in moments of seclusion, that we feel them as grace. Grace bestowed by the supreme powers of the world, who want to receive us into themselves. While our pain and suffering bring us to ourselves, make us more fully ourselves, through joy and happiness, provided we consider them as grace, we develop the feeling of peaceful security in the arms of the divine powers of the world, and the only worthy attitude is one of thankfulness. Nobody who is in quiet hours of self-contemplation ascribes happiness and joy to his own karma will unfold the right attitude to such experiences. If he ascribes joy and happiness to his karma, he is succumbing to a fallacy which weakens and paralyzes the spiritual within him. The slightest thought that we have deserved happiness or delight weakens and cripples us inwardly. These words may seem harsh, for many who attribute suffering to their own will and individuality would like to be masters of themselves too in the experiences of happiness and joy. But even a cursory glance at life will indicate that by their very nature, joy and happiness tend to obliterate something in us. This weakening effect of delights and joys in life is graphically described in title Faust by the words, quote, "And so from longing to delight I reel, and even in delight I pine for longing." Close quote. And anybody who gives any thought to the influence of joy, taken in the personal sense, will realize that there is something in joy that transports us and erases our actual self. This is not meant to be a sermon against joy, or a suggestion that it would be good to torture ourselves with red-hot pincers or the like. Certainly not. To recognize something for what it really is does not mean that we must flee from it. It is not a question of running away from joy, but of receiving it calmly whenever it comes to us. We must learn to feel it as grace, and the more we do so, the better it will be, for we shall enter more deeply into the divine. These words are said, therefore, not in order to preach asceticism, but to awaken the right mood toward happiness and joy. If anyone were to say, quote, "Joy and happiness have a weakening, deadening effect, therefore I will flee from them," close quote, which is the attitude of false asceticism and a form of self-torture, such a person would be fleeing from the grace bestowed upon him by the gods. And in truth, the self-flagellation practiced by ascetics, monks, and nuns in olden days was a form of resistance against the gods. We must learn to regard suffering as something brought by our karma, and to feel happiness as grace that the divine can send down to us. Joy and happiness should be to us the sign of how closely the gods have drawn us to themselves. Suffering and pain should be the sign of how remote we are from the goal we need to attain as intelligent human beings. Such is the true attitude to karma, and without it we shall make no real progress in life. Whenever the world bestows upon us the good and the beautiful, we must feel that behind this world stand those powers of whom the Bible says, quote, "And they looked at the world, and they saw that it was good." Close quote. But inasmuch as we experience pain and suffering, we must recognize what, in the course of incarnations, man has made of the world, which in the beginning was good, and what he must contribute toward its betterment by educating himself to bear pain with purpose and energy. What has been described are two ways of accepting our karma. In a certain respect, our karma consists of suffering and joys, and we relate ourselves to our karma with the right attitude when we can consider it as something we really wanted, and when we can confront our sufferings and joys with a proper understanding. But a review of karma can be extended further, which we shall do today and tomorrow. Karma does not reveal itself only in the form of experiences of suffering or joy. As our life runs its course, we encounter, in a way that can only be regarded as karmic, many human beings with whom, for example, we make a fleeting acquaintance, others who, as relatives or close friends, are connected with us for a considerable period of our life. We meet human beings who, in our dealings with them, bring sufferings and hindrances to our path. Or again, we meet others whom we can help and who can help us. The relationships are manifold. We must regard these circumstances, too, as having been brought about by the will of the wiser being within us. The will, for example, to meet a human being who seems to run across our path accidentally and with whom we have something to adjust or settle in life. What is it that makes the wiser being in us wish to meet this particular person? The only intelligent line of thought is that we want to come across him because we have done so before in an earlier life, and our relationship had already begun then. Nor need the beginning have been in the immediately preceding life. It may have been very much earlier. Because in a past life we have had dealings of some kind with this person, because we may have been in some way indebted to him, we are led to him again by the wiser being within us, as if by magic power. Here, of course, we enter a very diverse and extremely complicated domain, of which it is only possible to speak in general terms. But all the indications given here are the actual results of clairvoyant investigation. The indications will be useful to every individual, because he will be able to particularize and apply what is said to his own life. A remarkable fact comes to light. About the middle of life, the ascending curve passes over into the descending curve. This is the time when the forces of youth are spent, and we pass over a certain zenith to the descending curve. This point of time, which occurs in the 30s, cannot be laid down with absolute finality, but the principle holds good for everyone. It is the period of life when we live most intensely on the physical plane. In this connection, we may easily be deluded. It will be clear that life before this point of time has been a process of bringing out what we have brought with us into the present incarnation. This process has been going on since childhood, although it is less marked as the years go by. We have chiseled out our life, have been nourished, as it were, by the forces brought from the spiritual world. These forces, however, are spent by the point of time referred to. Observation of the descending line of life reveals that we now proceed to harvest and work over what has been learned in the school of life, in order to carry it with us into the next incarnation. This is something we take into the spiritual world. In the earlier period, we were taking something from the spiritual world. It is in the middle period that we are most deeply involved in the physical world, most engrossed in the affairs of outer life. We have passed through our apprenticeship, as it were, and are in direct contact with the world. We have our life in our own hands. At this period, we are taken up with ourselves, concerned more closely than at any other time with our own external affairs and with our relation to the outer world. But this relation with the world is created by the intellect and the impulses of will which derive from the intellect. In other words, those elements of our being which are most alien to the spiritual worlds, to which the spiritual worlds remain closed. In the middle of life, we are, as it were, farthest away from the spiritual. A certain striking fact presents itself to occult research. Investigations of the kind of encounters and relationships with other human beings that arise in the middle of life shows curiously that these are the people with whom we were together at the beginning of our life, in our very earliest childhood, in the previous incarnation, or in a still earlier one. The fact has emerged that in the middle of life, as a rule it is so, but not always, we encounter through outward karmic circumstances those people who in an earlier life were our parents. It is very rarely indeed that we are brought together in earliest childhood with those who were previously our parents. We meet them in the middle of life. This certainly seems strange, but it is the case, and a very great deal is gained for life if we will only try to put such a general rule to the test and adjust our thoughts accordingly. When a human being, let us say at about the age of 30, enters into some relationship with another, perhaps he falls in love, makes great friends, quarrels, or has some different kind of contact, a great deal will become comprehensible if, quite tentatively to begin with, he thinks about the possibility of the relationship to this person having once been that of child and parent. Conversely, another very remarkable fact comes to light. Those human beings with whom we were together in earliest childhood, parents, brothers and sisters, playmates, or others around us during early childhood, they, as a rule, are people with whom we formed some kind of relationship when we were about 30 or so in a previous incarnation. In very many cases, it is found that these people are our parents or brothers and sisters in the present incarnation. Curious as this may seem, just let us try to see how the principle squares with our own life, and we shall discover how much more understandable many things become. Even if the facts are otherwise, an experimental mistake will not amount to anything very serious. But if in solitary hours we look at life so that it is filled with meaning, we can gain a great deal. Obviously, we must not try to arrange life to our liking. We must not choose the people we like and assume that they may have been our parents. Prejudices must not falsify the real facts. You will see the danger we are exposed to and the many misconceptions that may creep in. We ought to educate ourselves to remain open-minded and unbiased. You may now ask what there is to be said about the descending curve of life. The striking fact has emerged that at the beginning of life, we meet those human beings with whom we were connected in the middle period of life in a previous incarnation. Further, that in the middle of the present life, we revive relationships which existed at the beginning of a preceding life. And now, what of the descending curve of life? During that period, we are led to people who may also possibly have had something to do with us in an earlier incarnation. They may, in that earlier incarnation, have played a part in occurrences of the kind that so frequently occur at a decisive point in life. Let us say trials and sufferings caused by bitter disillusionments. In the second half of life, we may again be brought into contact with people who in some way or other were already connected with us. This meeting brings about a shifting of circumstances, and a lot that was set in motion in the earlier life is cleared up and resolved. These things are diverse and complex, and indicate that we should not adhere rigidly to any hard and fast pattern. This much, however, may be said. The nature of the karma that has been woven with those who come across our path, especially in the second half of life, is such that it cannot be absolved in one life. Suppose, for example, we have caused suffering to a human being in one life. We could easily imagine that in a subsequent life we shall be led to this person by the wiser being within us, so that we may make amends for what we have done to him. The circumstances of life, however, may not enable compensation to be made for everything, but often only for a part of it. This necessitates the operation of complicated factors, which enable such surviving remnants of karma to be adjusted and settled during the second half of life. This conception of karma can shed light upon our dealings and companionship with other human beings. But something further can be observed when we consider the course of our karma, something that in the 2 public lectures I referred to as the process of growing maturity, the acquisition of a real knowledge of life. We can use this phrase as long as it does not foster arrogance. Let us consider how we grow wiser. We can learn from our mistakes, and it is the best thing for us when this happens, because we do not often have the opportunity of applying the wisdom thus gained in one and the same life. Therefore, what we have learned from mistakes remains with us as strength for a later life. But the wisdom, the real knowledge of life that we can acquire, what is it really? I said yesterday that we cannot carry our thoughts and ideas with us directly from one life to the other. I said that even Plato could not take his ideas straight with him into his next incarnation. What we carry over with us takes the form of will, of feeling. And in reality, our thought and ideas, just like our mother tongue, come as something new in each life. For most thoughts and ideas live in the mother tongue, whence we acquire them. This life between birth and death supplies us with thoughts and ideas which always come from this particular stage of earth existence. But if this is so, we shall have to say to ourselves that it depends upon our karma. However many incarnations we go through, the ideas that arise in us are always dependent upon one incarnation as distinct from the others. Whatever wisdom may be living in your thoughts and ideas has been absorbed from without, is dependent upon the way karma has led you to language, nationality, and family. In the last resort, all our thoughts and ideas about the world are dependent on our karma. Very much lies in these words, for they indicate that whatever we may know in life, whatever knowledge we may amass, is something entirely personal, and that we can never transcend the personal by means of what we acquire for ourselves in life. In ordinary life, we never reach the level of the wiser being, but always remain at that of the less wise. Anyone who flatters himself that he can learn more about his higher self from what he acquires in the world is harboring a comfortable illusion. This actually means that we can gain no knowledge of our higher self from what we acquire in the course of our life. Very well then, how are we to attain any knowledge of the higher self? We must ask ourselves quite frankly, what do we really know? First of all, we know what we have learned from experience. This is all we know, and nothing else. A person who aspires to self-knowledge without realizing that his soul is only a mirror reflecting the outer world may persuade himself that by penetrating into his own being, he can find the higher self. Certainly, he will find something, but it is only what has come into him from outside. Laziness of thinking has no place in this quest. We must ask ourselves, what happens in those other worlds in which our higher self also lives? And this is none other than what has been said about the different incarnations of the earth, and everything else that spiritual science tells us. Just as we try to understand a child's soul by examining the child's relationship to its surroundings, so must we ask what the environment of the higher self is. It is spiritual science that tells us about these worlds, where our higher self is, in its account of Saturn and its secrets, of the moon and earth evolution, of reincarnation and karma, of Devakan and Kamaloka, and so on. This is the only way we can learn about our higher self, about the self which transcends the physical plane. And anyone who refuses to accept these secrets is merely pandering to his own ease. For it is an illusion to imagine you can discover the divine in yourself. Experiences of the outer world alone are stored within you, but the divine in us can only be found when we search in our soul for the mirrored world beyond the physical, so that those things which can sometimes prove difficult and uncomfortable to learn are nothing else but self-knowledge. And true anthroposophy is in reality true self-knowledge. From spiritual science we receive enlightenment about our own self. For where, in reality, is the self? Is the self within our skin? No, the self is poured out over the world. Everything that is and has been in the world is part and parcel of the self. We learn to know the self only when we learn to know the world. What seem to be mere theories are in truth the ways to self-knowledge. A person who thinks he can find the self by staring into his inner being says to himself, quote, "You must be good, you must be unselfish," close quote. All well and good. But you will soon notice that he is getting more and more self-centered. On the other hand, struggling with the great secrets of existence, extricating oneself from the flattering self, accepting the reality of the higher worlds and the knowledge that can be obtained from them, all leads to true self-knowledge. When we think deeply about Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolution, we lose ourselves in cosmic thought. Quote, "In your thinking, cosmic thoughts are living," close quote, says a soul who thinks anthroposophical thoughts. And adds, quote, "Lose yourself in cosmic thoughts," close quote. The soul, creating out of anthroposophy, says, quote, "In your feeling, cosmic powers are weaving," close quote. But also adds, quote, "Experience yourself through cosmic powers," close quote, not through powers which flatter. This experience will not come to someone who closes his eyes saying, quote, "I want to be a good human being," close quote. It will only come to those who open their eyes, and their spiritual eyes also, and see the powers working and weaving beyond themselves, realizing that they are embedded in these cosmic powers. And the soul that draws strength from anthroposophy says, quote, "In your willing, cosmic beings are working," close quote, adding, quote, "Create yourselves anew from beings of will," close quote. And this will really happen if we grasp self-knowledge in this way. Then we shall really succeed in creating ourselves anew out of cosmic beings. Dry and abstract as this may seem, in reality it is no mere theory, but something that thrives and grows like a seed sown in the earth. Forces shoot out in every direction and become plant or tree. So it is indeed. The feelings that come to us through spiritual science give us the power to create ourselves anew. Quote, "Create yourself anew from beings of will," close quote. Thus does anthroposophy become the elixir of life, and our view of spirit worlds opens up. We shall draw strength from these worlds, and when we have drawn these forces into our being, then we shall know ourselves in all our depths. Only when we imbue ourselves with world knowledge can we take control of ourselves and advance step by step away from the less wise being within us, whose way is barred by the guardian of the threshold, and toward the wiser being, thus penetrating through all that is hidden from those who do not as yet have the will to be strong, which we can gain through anthroposophy. The end of Lecture 16. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 17, entitled Intimate Workings of Karma, given in Vienna on the 9th of February, 1912. There was one point in the lecture yesterday about which I should not like misunderstanding to arise, but a conversation I had today indicated that this might well occur. It is, of course, difficult to formulate in words these matters connected with the more intimate workings of karma, and one point or another may well not be quite clear at the first time of hearing. In the lecture yesterday I said that we should regard our sufferings as having been sought out by the wiser being within us, in order that certain imperfections may be overcome, and that by bearing these sufferings calmly, we may make progress along our path. That, however, was not the point which might give rise to misunderstanding. It was the other point, that happiness and joy must not be regarded as due to our own merit or individual karma, but deemed a kind of grace through which the all-prevailing spirit penetrates us. Please do not think that the emphasis here lies in the fact that joy comes to us as a mark of favor from divine spiritual powers. The emphasis lies in the fact that these experiences are made possible through grace. That is what our attitude must be if we are to reach a true understanding of karma. Happiness and joy are given us by divine grace. Anyone who imagines that the happiness and joy in his karma indicate a desire on the part of the gods to single him out and place him above the others will achieve just the opposite. We must never imagine that happiness is allotted to us as a mark of favor or distinction, but rather as a reason for feeling that we have been recipients of the grace outpoured by divine spiritual beings. It is this realization of grace that makes progress possible. The other attitude would hinder us in our development. Nobody should ever believe that joy comes to him because of special karmic privileges. He should far rather believe that it comes to him because he has no privileges. Joy and happiness should move us to deeds of compassion and mercy, which we shall perform more effectively than if we are suffering the pangs of sorrow. What brings us forward is the realization that we must make ourselves worthy of grace. There is no justification for the very prevalent view that one whose life abounds in happiness has deserved it. This is the very attitude that must be avoided, and is a misunderstanding I would not wish to arise. Today we will extend and widen the scope of our studies of karma, and talk about karma and our experiences in the world, so that we may find how spiritual science can become a real life force within us. Observation of life and what happens to us will reveal, to begin with, experiences of two kinds. On the one hand, we might say to ourselves, quote, yes, a misfortune has befallen me, but thinking about it, I can see that it would not have come my way if I had not been careless or negligent. Close quote. This realization, however, will not always be within the power of ordinary consciousness. Many a time we shall find it impossible to see how the misfortune and the circumstances of our present life are connected. With regard to much that befalls us, ordinary consciousness can only conclude that it was pure chance, unconnected with anything else. We can make the same distinction in relation to undertakings, which may either be successful or the reverse. In many cases, we shall realize that failure was inevitable because of laziness, inattentiveness, or something of the kind, on our part. But in many others, we shall be quite unable to discover any connection. It is a useful exercise to take stock of our own experiences and distinguish between things which have failed through no fault of our own and others which succeed contrary to our expectations. We will try to get to the bottom of these matters and of events which, on the face of them, seem to be due to pure chance, without any apparent cause, and also things we have done that are seemingly unrelated to our actual capacities. Let us look more closely at all these things. We will proceed in rather a curious way. As an experiment, we will imagine that we ourselves have willed whatever may have happened to us. Suppose a loose tile from the roof of a house happened to crash down on us. We will picture, purely by way of experiment, that this did not happen by chance, and we will deliberately imagine that we ourselves climbed on that roof, loosened the tile, and then ran down so quickly that we arrived just in time to be hit by it. Or, let us say, we caught a chill without any apparent cause. How would it be, though, if we had given it to ourselves. Like the unfortunate lady who, being discontented with her lot, exposed herself to a chill and died of it. In this way, therefore, we will imagine that things otherwise attributable to chance have been deliberately and carefully planned by ourselves. And we will also apply the same procedure to matters which are obviously dependent upon the faculties and qualities we happen to possess. Say some arrangement does not work out as planned. If we miss a train, for example, we shall not blame external circumstances, but picture to ourselves that it was due to our own slackness. If we think of it in this way, as an experiment, we shall gradually succeed in creating a kind of being in our imagination, a very extraordinary being, who was responsible for all these things, for a stone having fallen upon us, for some illness, and so forth. We shall realize, of course, that this being is not ourselves. We simply picture such a being vividly and distinctly. And then, after a time, we will have a strange experience in connection with this being. We shall realize that though it is a creature we have only conjured up, yet we cannot free ourselves from him, nor from the thought of him. And strange to say, he does not stay as he is. He becomes alive and transforms himself within us. And then, when he has gone through this transformation, we get the impression that he really is there within us. And then we become more and more certain that we ourselves have had something to do with the things we constructed in imagination. There is no suggestion whatever that we once actually did them, but such thoughts do, nevertheless, correspond in a certain way with something we have done. We shall tell ourselves, quote, "I have done this and that, and I am now having to suffer the consequences." Close quote. This is a very good exercise for unfolding in the life of feeling a kind of memory of earlier incarnations. The soul begins to feel, quote, "I myself was there and prepared these things myself." Close quote. You will readily understand that it is not easy to awaken the memory of previous incarnations. For just think what mental effort is required to recall something only recently forgotten. Genuine mental effort is required. Experiences which occurred in earlier incarnations have sunk into the depths of forgetfulness, and much has to be done if they are to be remembered. One such exercise has just been described. In addition to what I described in the public lectures, let me say here that one can notice a kind of memory arising in one's feeling. Quote, "In former times you prepared this for yourself." Close quote. Such principles should not be ignored. For if we follow them, we shall find that more and more light will be shed upon life, so that we grow stronger and stronger. Once the feeling has arisen that we ourselves were there and carried out the deeds ourselves, we shall have quite a different attitude to events confronting us in the future. Our whole life of feeling will be transformed. Whereas, formerly, we may have experienced fear and all the other related feelings when something happened to us, we now have a kind of inner memory. And now when something happens, our feeling tells us that it is for a purpose, and that it is a memory of an earlier life. Life becomes much more tranquil and intelligible, and that is what people need, not only those who are sustained by a longing for anthroposophy, but those too who remain outside it. It is no excuse to say, quote, "How can earlier incarnations matter if we cannot remember them?" Close quote. The right attitude toward earthly existence will certainly awaken memory, only it is a memory belonging to the heart, to the life of feeling that must be developed, not the kind of memory that is composed of thoughts and concepts. I considered it important during this particular visit to bring home to you how much can be given practical application, and how anthroposophy can become actual experience in those who actively pursue it. Now, in addition to what accrued in earlier incarnations, other factors are also of importance in one's karma. We have a life between death and a new birth too, and this is by no means uneventful. It is filled with events and experiences. And the consequences of these experiences in the spiritual world appear in our earthly life, but in a peculiar form, which often makes us inclined to attribute such occurrences to chance. Nevertheless, they can be traced to significant experiences in the spiritual world. I want to speak to you, therefore, of something which may seem remote from the first part of the lecture. But you will see that it is important for every human being, and that what appear to be chance happenings may be deeply indicative of mysterious connecting threads in life. I am now going to speak of an historical fact that is not preserved in history books, but is in the Akashic records. To begin with, I have to draw your attention to the fact that the souls of all of us here now have been incarnated many times in earthly bodies, among the most diverse conditions of life, in ancient India, Persia, Egypt, and Greece. Again and again we have experienced different environments and conditions of existence. And there is purpose and meaning in the fact that we pass through one incarnation after another. Our present life could not be as it is if we had not lived through these other conditions. An extraordinary experience fell to the lot of people living in the 12th and 13th centuries of our era, for very exceptional conditions broke in upon humanity at that time, roughly speaking, not quite 700 years ago. Conditions were such that human souls were completely shut off from the spiritual world. Spiritual darkness prevailed, and it was impossible even for highly developed individuals to achieve direct contact with the spiritual world. In the 13th century, even those who in earlier incarnations had been initiates were unable to look into the spiritual world. The gates of the spiritual world were closed for a certain period during that century. And although people who, in former times, had received initiation were able to call up memories of their earlier incarnations, in the 13th century they could not themselves gaze into the spiritual worlds. It was necessary for people to live through that condition of darkness, to find the gates to the spiritual world closed against them. Highly spiritually developed human beings were of course also in incarnation at that time, but they too were obliged to experience the condition of darkness. When, about the middle of the 13th century, the darkness lifted, strange happenings occurred at a certain place in Europe. The name of this place cannot now be given, but sometime it may be possible to communicate it in a member's lecture. 12 men in Europe of great and outstanding wisdom, whose spiritual development had taken an unusual course, emerged from the condition of twilight that had obscured clairvoyant vision. Of these 12 wise men, 7, to begin with, have to be distinguished from the others. These 7 men had attained the memory of their earlier initiations, and this memory, together with the knowledge still surviving, was such that the 7 men recapitulated in themselves conditions they had once lived through in the period following the Atlantean catastrophe, the ancient Indian epoch of culture. The teachings given by the 7 holy rishis of India had come to life again in the souls of these 7 wise men of Europe. 7 rays of the ancient wisdom of the sacred Atlantean culture shone forth in the hearts of these 7 men, who, through the workings of world karma, had gathered at a certain place in Europe in the 13th century and had found one another again. To these 7 came 4 others. In the soul of the first of these 4 shone forth the wisdom belonging to the ancient Indian culture. He was the 8th among the 12. The wisdom of the ancient Persian culture lived in the soul of the 9th. The wisdom of the 3rd period, that of the Egyptian Chaldean culture, lived in the soul of the 10th, and the wisdom of Greco-Roman culture in the soul of the 11th. The wisdom of the culture, as it was in that particular age, contemporary wisdom, lived in the soul of the 12th. In these 12 men, who came together to perform a special mission, the 12 different streams in the spiritual development of mankind were represented. The fact that all possible religions and all possible philosophies belong to 12 basic types is in itself a mystery. Buddhism, Brahmanism, Vedanta philosophy, materialism, or whatever it may be, all of them can be traced to the 12 basic types. It is just a matter of being quite exact. And so, all the different streams of man's spiritual life, the religions, the philosophies, and world conceptions that are spread over the earth, were united in that council of the 12. After the period of darkness had passed and spiritual work became somewhat possible again, a 13th came in remarkable circumstances to the 12. I am telling you now of one of those events which take place secretly in the evolution of mankind once and once only. They cannot occur a second time, and are mentioned not as an indication that efforts should be made to repeat them, but for quite other reasons. When the darkness had lifted, and it was possible to develop clairvoyant vision again, the coming of the 13th was announced in a mysterious way to the 12 wise men. They knew that the time had come when a child who had passed through significant and remarkable incarnations was to be born. Above all, they knew that one of his incarnations had been at the time of the mystery of Golgotha. It was known, therefore, that one who had been a contemporary of the events in Palestine was returning, and the birth of the child in these unusual circumstances during the 13th century could not have been said to be that of a person of renown. In speaking of previous lives, there is a deplorable and only too widespread tendency to refer back to important historical personages. I have come across all kinds of people who believe that they were incarnated as some historical personage or figure in the Gospels. Quite recently, a lady informed me that she had been Mary Magdalene, and I could only reply that she was the 24th Mary Magdalene I had met in my life. In these matters, the greatest care must be taken to prevent fantastic notions arising. History tells us very little about the incarnations of the 13th. He was born many times with great and profound qualities of heart. It was known that this individuality was to be born again as a child, and that he was destined for a very special mission. This knowledge was revealed to the 12 seers, who took the child entirely into their charge, and were able to arrange that from the very beginning he was shut off from the outside world. He was removed from his family and cared for by these 12 men. Guided by their clairvoyance, they reared the child with every care, in such a way that all the forces acquired from previous incarnations were able to unfold in him. A kind of intuitive perception of this occurrence has arisen in people who know something of the history of spiritual life. Goethe's poem titled The Mysteries has been recited to us many times. Out of a deep intuitive perception, Goethe speaks in that poem of the Council of the 12, and he has been able to convey to us the mood of heart and feeling in which they lived. The 13th was not Brother Mark, but the child of whom I have been telling you, and who almost immediately after his birth was taken into the care of the 12 and brought up by them until the age of manhood. The child developed in a strange and remarkable way. The 12 were not in any sense fanatics. They were full of inner composure, enlightenment, and peace of heart. How does a fanatic behave? He wants to convert people as quickly as possible, while they, as a rule, do not want to be converted. Everybody is expected immediately to believe what the fanatic wants them to believe. and he is angry when this does not happen. In our day, when someone sets out to expound a particular subject, people simply do not believe that his aim may be not to voice his own views, but something quite different, that is, the thoughts and opinions of the one of whom he is writing. For many years I was held to be a follower of Nietzsche, because I once wrote an absolutely objective book about him. People simply cannot understand that the aim of a writer may be to give an objective exposition. They think that everyone must be fanatically promoting his own view of the subject of which he happens to be speaking. The 12 in the 13th century were far from being fanatics, and they were very sparing with oral teaching. But simply by living in communion with the boy, 12 rays of light, as it were, went out from them into him, and were resolved in his soul into one great harmony. It would not have been possible to give him any kind of academic examination. Nevertheless, there lived within him, transmuted into feeling and sensitive perception, all that the 12 representatives of the 12 different types of religion poured into his soul. His whole soul reflected the harmony of the 12 different forms of belief spread over the earth. In this way, the soul of the boy had to bear a great deal, and consequently it worked in a strange way upon the body. And it is precisely for this reason that the process of which I am telling you now may not be repeated. It can only be enacted at that particular time. Strange to say, as the harmony within the boy's soul increased, his body became more delicate, more and more delicate, until, at a certain age, it was transparent in every limb. The boy ate less and less until he finally took no nourishment at all. Then he lay for days in a condition of complete torpor. The soul had left the body and returned into it again after a few days. The youth was now inwardly quite changed. The 12 different rays of human outlook were united in one single radiance, and he gave utterance to the greatest, most wonderful secrets. He did not repeat what the first or the second or the third had said, but gave forth, in a new and wonderful synthesis, all that they would have said had they spoken in unison. All the knowledge they possessed was gathered into one whole, and when he uttered it, it was as though this new wisdom had just come to birth in him. It was as though a higher spirit were speaking in him. Something entirely and essentially new was thus imparted to the 12 wise men. Wisdom in abundance was imparted to them, and to each individually greater illumination concerning what he had hitherto known. I have been describing to you the first school of Christian Rosenkreutz, for the 13th is the individuality known to us by that name. In that incarnation he died after only a brief earthly existence. In the 14th century he was born again and lived then for more than 100 years. All those things again appeared in him that had developed in him in the 13th century. Then his life had been brief, but in the 14th century it was very long. During the first half of this later incarnation, he went on great journeys in search of the different centers of culture in Europe, Africa, and Asia, in order to gather knowledge of what had come to life in him during the previous century. Then he returned to Europe. A few of those who had brought him up in the 13th century were again in incarnation and were joined by others. This was the time of the inauguration of the Rosicrucian stream of spiritual life, and Christian Rosenkreutz himself incarnated again and again. To this very day he is at work. During the brief intervals, too, when he is not actually in incarnation, through his higher bodies he then works spiritually into human beings without the need of physical contact. We must try to picture the mysterious way in which his influence operates. And I want to begin here by giving an example. Those who participate consciously in the occult life of the spirit had a strange experience from the 80s on into the 90s of the 19th century. They became aware of certain influences emanating from a remarkable personality. I am only mentioning one case among many. There was, however, something not quite harmonious about those influences. Anyone who is sensitive to influences from contemporaries living a great distance away would at that time have been aware of something raying out from a certain personality which was not altogether harmonious. When the new century dawned, however, these influences became harmonious. What had happened? I will tell you the reason for this. On 12 August 1900, Soloviev had died, a man far too little appreciated or understood. The influences of his ether body radiated far and wide, but although Soloviev was a great philosopher, in his case the development of the soul was in advance of that of the head, the intellect. He was a great and splendid thinker, but his conscious philosophy was of far less significance than that which he bore in his soul. Up to the time of his death, the head was a hindering factor, and so as an occult influence he had an unharmonious effect. But once he died, and the etheric body, separated from the brain, rayed out in the etheric world, he was liberated from the restrictions caused by his thinking, and the rays of his influence shone out with wonderful brilliance and power. People may ask, how can such knowledge really concern us? This very question is an illusion, for the human being is through and through a product of the spiritual processes around him. And when certain occultists become aware of the reality of these processes, it is because they actually see them. But spiritual processes operate too in those others who do not see. Everything in the spiritual world is interconnected. Whatever influence may radiate from a highly developed Frenchman or Russian is felt not only on their own native soil, but their thought and influence has an effect over the whole earth. Everything that happens in the spiritual world has an influence on us, and only when we realize that the soul lives in the spiritual world, just as the lung within the air, shall we have the right attitude. The forces in the etheric bodies of highly developed individualities stream out and have a potent effect upon other human beings. So, too, the etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz works far and wide in the world. And reference must be made here to a fact that is of the greatest significance to many people. It is something that transpires in the spiritual world between death and a new birth, and is not to be ascribed to chance. Christian Rosenkreutz has always made use of the short intervals of time between his incarnations to call into his particular stream of spiritual life those souls whom he knows to be ripe. Between his deaths and births he has concerned himself, as it were, with choosing those who are ready to enter his stream. But human beings themselves, by learning to be attentive, must be able to recognize by what means Christian Rosenkreutz gives them a sign, showing them that they may count themselves among his chosen. This sign has been given in the lives of very many human beings of the present time, but they pay no heed to it. Yet, among the apparently chance happenings in a person's life, there is, for many people, one in particular that is to be regarded as an indication that between death and a new birth, Christian Rosenkreutz has found him mature and ready. The sign is given by Christian Rosenkreutz on the physical plane, however. This event may be called the mark of Christian Rosenkreutz. Let us suppose someone is lying in bed. In other places I have mentioned different kinds of occurrence, but all of them have occurred. For some unaccountable reason, he suddenly wakes up, and as though guided by instinct, looks at a wall that is usually quite dark. The room is dimly lit, the wall is dark, when suddenly he sees written on the wall, "Get up at once." It all seems very strange, but he gets up and leaves the house, and hardly has he done so when the ceiling over his bed collapses. Although nobody else would have been in danger of getting hurt, he himself would inevitably have been killed. The most thorough investigation proves that nobody on the physical plane warned him to get up. If he had remained lying there, he would certainly have been killed. Such an experience may be thought to be an hallucination or something of the kind, but deeper investigation will reveal that these particular experiences, and they come to hundreds of people, are not accidental. A beckoning call has come from Christian Rosenkreutz. The karma of the one called in this way always indicates that Christian Rosenkreutz bestows the life he may claim. I say explicitly, such occurrences occur in the lives of many people at the present time, and it is only a question of being awake to them. The occurrence does not always take such a dramatic form as the example quoted, but numbers of human beings nowadays have had such experiences. Now, when I say something more than once during a lecture, I do so quite deliberately, because I find that strange conclusions are apt to be drawn from things that are half or totally forgotten. I am saying this because nobody need be discouraged who has had no such experience. This might not be the case, for if he searches, he will certainly find something of the kind in his life. Naturally, I can only single out a typical example. Here, then, we have in our life a fact of which we may say that its cause does not lie in the period of actual incarnation. We may have met Christian Rosenkreutz in the spiritual world. I have laid particular stress on this outstanding event of the call. Other events, too, could be mentioned, events connected directly with the spiritual world that occurred during the life between death and a new birth. But in our spiritual context, this particular event should be of special significance for us, as it is so intimately connected with our spiritual movement. Such an event surely indicates that we must develop quite a different attitude if we want to have a clear vision of what actually plays into life. Most human beings rush hectically through life and are not thoughtful and attentive. Many people say that one should not brood but engage in a life of action. But how much better it would be if precipitate deeds were left undone and people were to reflect a little. Their deeds then would be far more mature. If only the beckoning call were heeded with composure and attentiveness. Often it only seems as if we were dreaming or brooding, but it is precisely through quiet composure that strength comes to us. And then we shall follow when karma calls, and understand its call. These are the things I wanted to call your attention to today, for they do indeed make life more intelligible. I have told you of this strange event in the 13th century, purely in the form of historical narrative, in order to indicate those things which people must heed if they are to find their proper place in life, and understand the beckoning call of Christian Rosenkreutz. To make this possible, the 12 needed to prepare, and the 13th had to come. And the event in the 13th century was necessary, in order that in our own time and hereafter, such a beckoning or other sign may be understood and followed. Christian Rosenkreutz has created this sign in order to rouse people's attention to the needs of the times, to indicate to them that they belong to him and may dedicate their lives to him in the service of humanity's progress. The end of Lecture 17. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. These are translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 18, entitled The Death of a God and Its Fruits in Humanity, given in Düsseldorf on the 5th of May, 1912. I shall speak today of certain matters in a way that could not be used in public lectures, but is possible when I am speaking to those who have been studying spiritual science for some considerable time. The importance of what we shall speak about will be evident to all serious students of spiritual science. Reference has frequently been made to this subject, but one cannot speak too often of spiritual scientific insights, for they must become actual forces actual impulses in people of the present and immediate future. I shall lay emphasis today upon one aspect of the significance of spiritual science for humanity in our time, the urgent need to impart soul to what we may call our world body. A comparatively short time ago in the evolution of humanity, it would not have been possible to speak as we can speak today of a world body, in quotes. Looking back only a little into the historical development of mankind, we shall find that the idea of a world body inhabited by the whole of humanity had not yet come to people's consciousness. We find self-contained civilizations enclosed within strict boundaries, guided each by their own folk spirits, the old Indian civilization, the old Persian civilization, and so on, embraced peoples living a self-contained existence, separated from one another by mountains, seas, or rivers. Needless to say, such civilizations still exist. We speak, and rightly so, of Italian, Russian, French, Spanish, German culture. But when we look over the earth today, we also perceive unity extending over the globe, something by which peoples separated by vast distances are formed, as it were, into a single whole. We need think only of industry, of railways, of telegraphs, of recent inventions. Railways are built, telegraph systems installed, checks made out and cashed in the same way all over the globe. And the same will hold good for discoveries and inventions yet to be made. What is the peculiarity of this element that extends over the globe and is the same in Tokyo, Rome, Berlin, London, and everywhere else? It is all a means of providing humanity with food and clothing, as well as with ever-increasing luxury goods. During the last few centuries, a material civilization has spread over the earth, without distinction between nation and nation, race and race. Greek culture flourished in a tiny region of the earth, and little was known of it outside that region. But nowadays news flashes around the whole globe in a few hours, and nobody would doubt the justification of calling this material culture a global culture. Moreover, it will become increasingly material, and our earth body more and more deeply entangled in it. But those who realize the need for spiritual science will increasingly come to understand that no body can exist without a soul. Just as material culture encompasses the whole body of the earth, so must knowledge of the spirit be the soul that extends over the whole earth, without distinction of without distinction of nation, color, race, or people. And just as identical methods are employed wherever railways and telegraph systems are constructed, so mutual understanding about questions concerning the human soul must soon come to unify the whole earth. The longings and questionings that will arise increasingly in people's souls demand answers. Hence the need for a movement dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual knowledge. Something comparable with cultural relations between different nations will then take effect on a wide scale, weaving threads between soul and soul over the whole earth. And what will weave from soul to soul will be an intimate mutual understanding of what is sacred to individual souls everywhere, of how they are related to the spiritual world. In a future not far distant, intimate understanding will take the place of what led in past times to bitterest conflict and disharmony, as long as humanity was divided into regional civilizations which knew nothing of each other. But what will unfold on a universal scale over the globe as a spiritual movement embracing all earthly humanity must unfold also between soul and soul. What a distance still separates the Buddhists and the Christians. How little do they understand of each other, and how insistently do they turn away from each other on the circumscribed ground of their particular creeds. But the time will come when both Buddhists and Christians increasingly find that their own religion leads them toward a common spiritual science, and then complete understanding will reign between them. That humanity is coming a little nearer to this mutual and intimate understanding can be discerned today in the fact that the science of comparative religion is also finding its place in the domain of scholarship. The value of this science of comparative religion should not be underrated, for it has splendid achievements to its credit. But what is really brought to light when the different teachings of the religions are set forth? Although it is not acknowledged, the basis of this science of comparative religion amounts to no more than expressing the most elementary beliefs, long since outgrown by those who have grasped the essence of each religion. The science of comparative religion confines itself to these elementary beliefs. The aim of spiritual science, in contrast, is to seek something that lies beyond the reach of the scientific investigators, the essential truths contained in different religions. Spiritual science takes as its basic premise that mankind originated from a common Godhead, and that a primeval wisdom belonging to mankind as a whole, and springing from one divine source, has only for a time been separated and divided among the different peoples and groups of human beings on the earth, like separate rays of light. The aim and ideal of spiritual science is to rediscover this primeval truth, this primeval wisdom, uncolored by this or that particular creed, and to give it again to humanity. Spiritual science is able to penetrate to the essence of the various religions, because its attention is focused not upon external rites and ceremonies, but upon the kernel of primeval wisdom contained in each one of them. It regards the religions as so many channels for the rays of what once streamed without differentiation over the whole of mankind. When a professed Christian, knowing nothing beyond the external tenets of belief that have been instilled into the hearts of people through the centuries, says to a Buddhist, quote, "If you would reach the truth, you must believe what I believe," close quote, and the Buddhist rejoins by declaring what he holds sacred, then no understanding is possible between them. But spiritual science approaches these questions in an entirely different way. Those who can penetrate to the essence of both Buddhism and Christianity, through methods leading to the development of the new clairvoyance, come to know of sublime beings who have arisen within humanity and are called bodhisattvas. Herein lies the central nerve of Buddhism. But the Christian too hears of a bodhisattva who arises and works within humanity. He hears that one of these bodhisattvas, born 600 years before our era as Siddhartha, the son of King Suddhodana, attained Buddha consciousness in the 29th year of his life. A Christian who is an anthroposophist also knows that a being who has arisen from the level of bodhisattva to become Buddha need not appear again on earth in a body of flesh. True, such teachings are also communicated to us by the scientific investigators of religions, but they can make nothing of a being such as a bodhisattva or a Buddha. The nature of such a being is beyond their comprehension. Neither can they realize how such a being continues to guide humanity from the spiritual worlds without living in a body of flesh. But as anthroposophical Christians, our attitude to the bodhisattva can be as full of reverence as that of a Buddhist. In spiritual science, we say exactly the same about Buddha as a Buddhist says. The Christian who is an anthroposophist says to the Buddhist, quote, "I understand and believe what you understand and believe," close quote. No one who has ever come to spiritual science through Christianity would ever dream as a Christian of saying that the Buddha returns in the flesh. He knows that this would wound the deepest, most intimate feelings of the Buddhist, and that such a statement would be utterly at variance with the true character of those beings who have risen from the rank of Bodhisattva to that of Buddha. Christianity itself has brought him knowledge and understanding of these beings. And what will be the attitude of the Buddhist who has become an anthroposophist? He will understand the particular basis of Christianity. He will realize that, as in the case of the other religions, Christianity has a founder, Jesus of Nazareth, but that another being united with him. A great deal could be said about all that has been associated with the personality of Jesus of Nazareth through the centuries. But the Christian's view of the personality of Jesus of Nazareth differs from the Buddhist's view of the founder of his religion. In the East it would be said, quote, "One who is a great founder of religion has achieved the complete harmonization of all passions and desires, of all human personal attributes," close quote. Is such complete harmonization manifest in Jesus of Nazareth? We read that he was seized with anger, that he overthrew the tables of the money changers, drove them out of the temple, that he uttered words of impassioned wrath. This is evidence to us that he does not possess the same qualities as are expected of a founder of religion in the East. We could point to many other aspects of this question, but that is not what concerns us at the moment. The really significant fact is that Christianity differs from all other religions, inasmuch as they all point to a founder who was a great teacher. But to believe that the same is true of Christianity would denote a fundamental misunderstanding. The essence of Christianity is not that it looks back to Jesus of Nazareth as a great teacher. Christianity does not originate in the realm of personality, but in a deed, in the event of the mystery of Golgotha. How could this be? It was because for 3 years there dwelt in Jesus of Nazareth a being, whom, if we are to give him a name, we call Christ. But a name cannot encompass the divine spirit we recognize in Christ. No human name, no human word can express what is divine. In Christ we have to do with a divine impulse spreading through the world. The Christ impulse which at the baptism in the Jordan entered into Jesus of Nazareth. The very essence of Christianity lies in the Christ impulse which came to the earth through a physical personality, the physical personality of Jesus of Nazareth, into whose mortal frame it entered. The Christ took this mortal frame upon himself, because the course of world evolution is, first, a descent, and then again an ascent. At the deepest point of descent, the mystery of Golgotha takes place, because from it alone could spring the power to lead humanity upward. After the Atlantean catastrophe came the ancient Indian epoch of civilization. The spirituality of that epoch will not again be reached until the end of the 7th epoch. The ancient Indian epoch was followed by that of ancient Persia, that again by the Egypto-Chaldean epoch. When we survey evolution, even in its external aspect, the decline of spirituality is evident. Then we come to Greco-Roman civilization with its firm footing in the earthly realm. The works of art created by the Greeks are the most wonderful expression of the marriage of spirit with form. And in Roman culture, in Roman civic life, man becomes master on the physical plane. But the spirituality in Greek culture is characterized by the saying, quote, "Better to be a beggar in the upper world than a king in the realm of the shades," close quote. Dread of the world lying behind the physical plane, dread of the world into which man will pass after death, is expressed in this saying. Spirituality has here descended to the deepest point. From then onward, mankind needed an impulse for a return to the spiritual worlds, which was given in the 4th post-Atlantean epoch through an event that far transcended the physical plane. The mystery of Golgotha was enacted in a remote corner of the earth for the sake of no particular race or denomination. It took place in seclusion, in concealment. Neither outer civilization nor the Romans, who governed the little territory of Palestine where it occurred, knew anything of the event. The Romans were no followers of Christ, the Jews still less. Who were present when the mystery of Golgotha took place? Whom did the one who received the Christ into himself in his 30th year gather around him? Had pupils gathered around this being as they had gathered around Confucius, Lao Tzu, or Buddha? If we look closely, we see that this is not so. Were those already his apostles who until the event of Golgotha had been his disciples? No. They had scattered, they had gone away when the one whom they had followed entered upon the path of his passion. Only when, having passed through death, he gave them the certain knowledge of the power that had conquered death, only then did they become true apostles, and carried his impulse to the peoples of the earth. Before then they had not even understood him. Even Paul, the one who, after the mystery of Golgotha, achieved most for the spread of Christianity, understood him only after he had appeared to him in the Spirit. So we see that unlike the other religions, Christianity was not, in essence, founded by a great teacher, whose pupils then promulgate his teachings. The essential basic truth of Christianity is that a divine impulse came down to the earth, passed through death, and became the source of the impulse which leads humanity upward. When the individual personal element had passed through death, had departed from the earth, then and only then did the power which came upon the earth through Christ begin to work. It is not merely personal teaching that works on, but the actual event that Christ was within Jesus and passed through the mystery of Golgotha, and that from the mystery of Golgotha a power streamed forth through the whole subsequent evolution of mankind. That is the difference between what Christianity sees as the starting point of its development and what the other religions see as theirs. When, therefore, we turn our attention to the beginning of Christianity, it is a matter of realizing what actually came to pass through the mystery of Golgotha. Paul says, in effect, quote, "The descending line of evolution was caused through Adam, even before the fall, before he was truly human, before he was a personality in the real sense. The impulse for the ascent was given by Christ." Close quote. To feel this as a reality, we must go deeply into the occult truths available to mankind. To grasp the full significance of this fact, our understanding must be quickened by the deepest, most intimate occult truths. Then we will realize why the loftiest thoughts and deepest truths of Christianity could not immediately be understood, even by its own adherents. To grasp the full meaning of this divine death and the impulse proceeding from it, to realize that such an event cannot be repeated, that it occurred at the deepest point of the evolutionary process, and radiates the power which enables mankind henceforward to tread the path of ascent, could only be understood by a few. And so, in the centuries that followed, people clung to Jesus of Nazareth, for understanding of the Christ was as yet beyond their reach. Moreover, it was through Jesus that the Christ impulse also made its way into works of art. People yearned for Jesus, not for Christ. We ourselves are still living at the dawn of true Christianity. Christianity is only beginning to come into its own. And when people plead today, quote, "Do not take from us the individual personal Jesus who comforts and uplifts our hearts, on whom we lean. Do not give us, instead of him, an impersonal event," close quote. They must learn to realize that this is nothing but an expression of egotism. Not until they transcend this personal egotism and realize that they have no right to call themselves Christians until they recognize as the source of their Christianity the event that was fulfilled in majestic isolation on Golgotha, will they be able to draw near to Christ. But this realization belongs to a future time. There may be some who say, quote, "Surely the crucifixion should have been avoided," close quote, or who perhaps think that the resurrection, of course we are not speaking of the resurrection of a physical body, might have been achieved without the crucifixion. But this is simply a human opinion, no more than that. These people do not know the difference between an utter impossibility and a simple misunderstanding. For what came into the evolution of humanity through the mystery of Golgotha could proceed only from the impulse of a God who had endured all the sufferings and agonies of mankind, all the sorrows, the mockery and scorn, the contempt and the shame that were the lot of Christ. And these sufferings were infinitely harder for a God than for an ordinary human being. That the mystery of Golgotha actually took place cannot be authenticated in the same way as other historical events. There is no authentic documentary evidence, even of the crucifixion. But there is good reason why no proof exists, for this is an event which lies outside the sphere of the general evolution of mankind. The mystery of Golgotha, and this is its very essence, is an event transcending the evolution of humanity. The mystery of Golgotha was concerned with the descending path which humanity has taken, and with what must lead it upward again, with the Luciferic influence upon mankind. Lucifer, together with everything belonging to him, is certainly not a human being. Lucifer and his hosts are superhuman beings. Lucifer did not desire to set mankind upon a downward path. His purpose was to rebel against the upper gods. He wanted to vanquish his opponents, not drag human beings down. Lucifer and all the lower gods of hindrance waged war against the progressive upper gods, and from the very beginning of earthly evolution, man was dragged into this warfare. It was an issue that the gods in the higher worlds had to settle among themselves, but as a result of the conflict, human beings were drawn more deeply into the material world than they should have been. And now the gods had to create the balance. Humanity had to be lifted upward again, the deed of Lucifer made of no avail. This could not be achieved through a human being, but only through a divine deed. This deed of a God must be understood in all its truth and reality. If we ponder deeply about earthly existence, we find that its greatest riddle is birth and death. The fact that beings can die is the fundamental problem confronting humanity. Death is something that occurs only on the earth. In the higher worlds, there is transformation, metamorphosis, no death. Death is the consequence of what came into human beings through Lucifer. And if the gods had done nothing, the whole of mankind would have been more and more entangled in the forces which lead to death. And so a sacrifice had to be made by the gods. It was necessary that one from among them should descend and suffer the death that can be undergone only by the children of the earth. This was a deed which balanced out the deed of Lucifer. And from this death of a god streams the power which also radiates into human souls and can raise them again out of the darkness in which Lucifer's deed has ensnared them. A god had to die on the physical plane. This is not a direct concern of human beings. They were mere spectators of an affair of the gods. No wonder that physical means are incapable of portraying this event, since it is an affair of the higher worlds, and falls outside the sphere of the physical world. But the fruits of this deed, which had to be wrought on the earth, became the heritage of humanity. And Christian initiation gives human beings the power to understand it. Just as mankind could come forth only once from the lap of the gods, so could the overcoming of what was originally instilled into the human soul be achieved only once. If the Christian who has become an anthroposophist were to speak of the nature of Christ to a Buddhist who has become an anthroposophist, the Buddhist would say, quote, "I should misunderstand you were I to believe that the being whom you call Christ is subject to reincarnation. He is not subject to reincarnation, any more than you would say that the Buddha can return to earthly existence." Close quote. Yet there is one fundamental difference. The Buddhist points to the great teacher, who was the originator of his religion. But the true Christian points to a deed of the spiritual worlds, enacted in seclusion on the earth. He points to something entirely non-personal, having nothing to do with any specific creed or denomination. No single human being, to begin with, recognized this deed. It had nothing to do with any particular locality on the earth. In majestic seclusion, divine power poured from this deed into the whole subsequent evolution of mankind. The task of a spiritual scientific conception of the world is to seek for the truths contained in different religions. To seek for the kernel of truth in them all is the augury of peace. When an adherent of some creed truly understands his religion in the light of spiritual science, he will never force its particular ray of truth upon adherents of another religion. As little as the anthroposophical Christian will speak of the return of the Buddha, for then he would not have understood him, as little will the anthroposophical Buddhist speak of the return of Christ, for that too would be a misunderstanding. Provided personal bias is laid aside, the truth concerning Buddha and the truth concerning Christ never makes for discord and sectarianism, but for harmony and peace. This is a natural consequence of truth, which is the augury and source of peace in the world. At the highest level of truth, all nations and all religions on the earth can belong to Buddha, the great teacher. And at the same highest level of truth, all nations and all religions can belong to Christ, the divine power. Mutual understanding augurs peace in the world. This peace is the soul of the New World Order. Anthroposophy must lead the way toward this soul, which shall reign throughout the world as the spiritual science common to all people in all cultures. From the 13th and 14th centuries onward, such knowledge was cultivated in the Rosicrucian schools. It was known there that such knowledge brings peace to the human soul. And in these Rosicrucian schools it was known, too, that many a one who on earth cannot experience this peace will find after death the fulfillment of his most treasured ideals. When he looks down to the earth and beholds peace spreading among the peoples and nations, to the extent to which they open themselves to receive such knowledge. As I have spoken here today, so did the Rosicrucians speak in their small enclosed circles. Today these things can be communicated to larger gatherings. Those to whom it has been entrusted to bear living witness through spiritual science to what streams into humanity from the mystery of Golgotha know that every year at Eastertide, Jesus, who bore the Christ within him, seeks out the places where the mystery of Golgotha was fulfilled. Whether actually in incarnation or not, every year he visits these places, and there his pupils who have made themselves ready can be united with him. A poet, Anastasius Grün, felt the reality of this. In the poem, titled 5 Easters, he describes 5 such meetings of the Master with his pupils. The first after the destruction of Jerusalem, the second after the capture of Jerusalem by the Crusaders, the third Ahasver, the wandering Jew, lingering on Golgotha. The fourth, a praying monk, yearning and pleading for deliverance from his conqueror. For while sects of different kinds scattered over the earth are at strife among themselves, he through whom the greatest of all tidings of peace was brought to the earth looks again at the places that were the scene of his earthly deeds. 4 pictures are given in this poem of past visits of Jesus to the scene of his work on Golgotha. Then Anastasius Grün pictures another return to Golgotha in the far future. He gives us a glimpse of a time when the power of peace will have prevailed on the earth, a peace based not on denominational Christianity, but on Christianity as it is understood in Rosicrucianism. He sees children who, while they are at play, dig up an object of iron and do not know what it is. Only those who still possess some remote information about the wars waged between human beings in the distant past knows that this object is a sword. In that age of peace, the purpose of a sword is no longer known. It has been replaced by the plowshare. Then a farmer digging in the earth finds an object of stone. Again, it is not recognized. Quote, "For a time this was banished from the earth," close quote, say those who still have some knowledge, quote, "for people no longer understood it," close quote. Once upon a time they used it as a symbol of strife. It is a cross of stone. But now, when the impulse given by Christ Jesus for all future time gathers human beings together, now it has become something different, close quote. How does this poet, writing in the year 1835, describe this symbol of the true mission of the Christ impulse? He describes it as follows, quote, though known to none, yet with its ancient blessing, eternal in their breast, it stands upright. There blooms its seed abroad on every pathway. A cross it was, this stranger to their sight. The cross of stone now stands within a garden, a strange and sacred relic from days of old. Flowers of every kind and twining roses climb upward round it and the cross enfold. So stands the cross, glorious with solemn meaning, on Golgotha amidst resplendent sheen. Long since 'tis hidden by its sheath of roses, no more for roses can the cross be seen. Close quote, and the end of Lecture 18. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 19, actually an address titled An Address Given at the Opening of the Christian Rosenkreutz Group in Hamburg on the 17th of June, 1912. We have gathered here to ask the blessing of those spiritual powers who oversee our spiritual scientific movement, to ask blessing for a working group which has, to its own deepest satisfaction, created a place of work that expresses our impulses of will through the most manifold symbols. That is, our will to humble ourselves before spiritual powers, to devote ourselves to them and serve them in the right way. Much spirit and soul work has been invested in furnishing and decorating these rooms in the right way. Surrounded by these symbols, members will always gain the right impetus for their work. But those who have hurried here to take part in this opening ceremony will take away with them a lasting memory, as will the ones, too, who send powerful impulses here, and for this purpose are united in spirit with those who have sought out this workplace for themselves. That we stand within such a stream as our spiritual scientific movement must be seen as grace bestowed by spiritual powers, for this movement is a necessity of the future, and it has been granted to us to be the first to stand within this current that must flow into humanity's future evolution, if it is not to grow arid and wither away. As an occultist, one can see that such fertilization is absolutely necessary. Let us look on it as a grace and blessing, that we may feel duty-bound to offer a helping hand in this fertilizing process. Waves of materialism arrived in the period between the 16th and 19th centuries. This, too, was a necessity. Even though it could only bring us blessings needed in the physical world, only few of the leading minds of recent times could understand that an ascent must once more spring from the necessary but downward pull of materialism's shackles. The Theosophical movement is a downpouring of spiritual forces and truths from higher worlds. Human beings are once more to know things that have been obscured for millennia. If we wish to examine the nature of this movement in whose midst we stand, we can seek out its most significant characteristic. It is as if the finest and truest human spirit had worked in it, for three aspects: sense in the right way, immediately give the idea of something that is completely in harmony with the needs of our time. These three aspects say nothing less than that a spiritual movement is to be born in which everyone can take part. A stream of the most general human relevance is characterized by saying that this society forms the core of developing brotherliness between all. This means no less than that there is no one on earth who could not become a member of this society. But all over the globe, the most diverse confessions and philosophies are spread. They cannot all be mistaken. Anyone who alleges this would be flying in the face of the wise powers who guide our world. What we must do instead is seek the objective core of all worldviews, and thus come to mutual understanding. The phrase, quote, "No religion stands higher than the truth," close quote, is a motto that springs from such principles. The striving for truth can bring all people together, for it will nurture mutual understanding. And then the third principle is basically already included. But one could say, perhaps, that materialists are excluded from the society. Yet this is only the case if their materialistic conviction is more pronounced than their search for the forces underlying all phenomena. It is not we who exclude materialists, for no earnest seeker has ever remained stuck in a materialistic point of view. Such a person only excludes himself, since he does not wish to seek the truth. Our movement needs no other principles. If everything is properly grasped, the Theosophical movement cannot be misused or corrupted, for it will embrace the great ideal of harmony and peace of soul. Let us be clear how peace and harmony can be spread across the globe. The non-Theosophist Christian will have little understanding for what lifts the Buddhist to higher worlds. But the Christian who becomes a Theosophist must make efforts to understand the Buddhist. He experiences this as a duty founded on the tenets of the Theosophical movement, which he acknowledges. The Christian will realize the significance of the life of Gautama Buddha on earth, if he knows that a human being has to pass through countless incarnations before he can become Buddha. The Buddhist knows that after attaining Buddhahood, the Buddha no longer needs to return to the earth. In Christiania, Oslo, I made reference to the mission of Gautama Buddha, showing how this soul has a special task to be fulfilled on Mars. On earth, the Buddha passed through a preparatory stage in order to play a role amongst Mars people, similar to that of Christ on earth. Not through a kind of mystery of Golgotha, not by passing through death, for Mars people live in different conditions from people on earth. Thus the occultist is clear that the belief of Buddhists that Gautama Buddha does not need to return to earth in a physical body is fully valid. So we do not battle against their conviction, against what lies so close to their hearts, but go to meet them with the deepest interest. If the Buddhist becomes a theosophist, he learns to see what is most holy to the Christian. He perceives that the fact of a certain individual passing through physical death embodies a world mystery, that Christ descended from higher worlds to a single, unique incarnation, following which he would never again enter a physical body. He begins to understand that this mystery reestablishes equilibrium in the battle between Christ and Lucifer. When the Buddhist learns this through theosophy, he tells himself, I understand the deepest sense of what the Christian means. I understand Christ's unique incarnation, and see that he was never previously on earth before he found a body through Jesus of Nazareth. If we give ourselves up to the principles I have stressed, we especially learn something that is wholly opposite to a certain fear common among Christians. People are anxious that their beliefs will shine less brightly if the merits of other faiths are illumined. But the Christian faith actually gains greater radiance when one brings esoteric light to bear on different religious faiths. Anyone who is anxious that his faith could be diminished by being placed alongside Buddhist belief should remember that there are still various unsolved questions for the Christian theologian. For instance, that an important issue is whether those who lived before the mystery of Golgotha can still share in redemption through Christ. But if the Christian enlarges his perspective with what the Buddhist knows, he sees that the same souls lived in physical embodiment before the appearance of Christ, as continue to return to earth after the mystery of Golgotha. Now, one might ask, what about the Buddha soul that incarnated for the last time 600 years before Christ and did not return? Here too, occult research provides us with a satisfying answer. It shows us that the Buddha was sent ahead, that belonging to a higher hierarchy, he was sent down with the Venus beings, so that one can rightly speak of the Buddha's mission to prepare for Christ. Every religion offers us a perspective for understanding each other, as long as none wishes to tyrannize over the other in an egotistic way. An orthodox Buddhist might perhaps wish to elevate his Buddha above all of the beings, although no real Buddhist would do this. If someone wanted to practice a fanatical, limited Buddhism, he could teach that there can be no other being apart from Buddha who does not need to return to earth, and that the latter must therefore be the highest of all. This would set Buddhism vastly ahead of Christianity, giving the latter a subordinate position, so that one religion was opposed by the other. This, however, would be an untheosophical deed, for theosophy, or the science of the spirit, is there to spread peace throughout the world, and, by understanding and studying the same truths, to lead to knowledge of the importance of each one. For that reason, let us bear in mind that we ought not to profess our principles in word alone, and then turn them into their opposite. We must be filled with the conviction that the founding of a work and study group is not simply something to be pleased about, but that it goes hand in hand with a higher responsibility, especially when it invokes the name of the noble martyr whose manner of working asked, and will continue to ask, more endurance of him than of any other human being. I say human being, for what Christ suffered was suffered by a God. This is connected with the great dangers which truth will have to undergo in the future. If we christen this group with the name of Christian Rosenkreutz, we must be aware that it is hard to stay true to this particular loyalty. We take a vow of faithfulness for which we may perhaps not be strong enough. Nevertheless, no one should be forbidden from nurturing this loyalty in his soul, a loyalty that necessitates us taking a particular future direction. If we feel so strongly drawn to something that is already there that we make it into our own sphere of activity, we are appealing to previously strengthened powers of idealism. But when we found something new, the friend of all separatism, all supersensible self-obsession, looks over our shoulder. Lucifer gains hope at each new founding, but not when we link back to something old. Therefore, Lord help us if we are not aware that, quote, little folk never sense the devil, even when he's got them by the scruff, close quote. But if we are of good will, we can always loosen his grip. To link our founding with a name borne by such a great martyr is a great yet dangerous moment. The founders themselves must vow not to undertake this lightly, but to hold fast in all faithfulness and with all strength to what they have vowed. Each founding of an anthroposophical working group involves a heavy burden of responsibility. If one considers how little the impulse given by Christian Rosenkreutz is still understood, one will be able to sense the enormous difficulties that lie in wait for those who think to follow in his steps. No one contradicts Oriental people when they speak in their own fashion of the Maitreya Buddha. But when the principle of Christianity, basically embodied in the three principles of the Theosophical Society, is at length found all over the globe, strong powers will arise to heap error upon error. And to Christian Rosenkreutz will belong those who can keep faith with him. Already in our time, we see how difficult it is to understand Christianity, and how little goodwill there is to grasp the core of Christianity. The principles referred to today that hold sway like guiding stars within the spiritual scientific movement will contribute both to a deepening and a shaking up of things, to an impending avalanche. It is necessary to awaken a sense of responsibility, and it should be our particular task here to imbue ourselves strongly with this sense. Even in the most intimate circles, various trials and tests will come to meet you. By doing no more than mentioning the name Christian Rosenkreutz, we subscribe to the principle that no religion should be higher than our striving for truth. Christian Rosenkreutz never demands any kind of personality cult, and takes pains to ensure that teachings are accessible to human reason and understanding. His teaching never requires blind faith in the masters. If we first use our own powers, the possibility will arise of applying truth to recognize the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings. No one is asked simply to believe, for then belief in the masters would stand higher than the truth itself. If unconditional belief in a master should ever be demanded, the principles of the Theosophical Society would have been violated. By applying certain methods, one can recognize whether something is true or not. For instance, in the book titled How to Know Higher Worlds, it would have been an easy thing to write, quote, these teachings were given through higher inspiration, etc. They come from the masters and so forth, close quote. But the principle of the Theosophical movement is violated if the writer does not bear responsibility for what is written. If it is ever claimed that an author is not responsible for the book that has been written, you can be sure that the book does not contain truth, but Luciferic Ahrimanic deception. Nowadays, the masters do not allow a writer to disclaim responsibility. Therefore, one is obliged to measure things against the yardstick of reason, and not simply take things on authority. Of course, it is far easier to depend entirely on a personality cult, for reason and logic are harder taskmasters. Only those who examine and test what is given from the world of spirit can keep faith with Christian Rosenkreutz. So keep in mind that a working group is being set up here that wishes to keep faith above and beyond whoever happens to be the teacher at any one time, with the principle of translating what flows down through Christ from worlds of spirit into what is humanly comprehensible. If you vow to one another to think and strive in this way, then I may now call down the blessing of the spiritual beings in whom we do not need to believe, but in whose stream we know that we stand. May the good spirits, of whose existence I am as convinced as of the existence of all who sit here in physical embodiment, hold sway here and bless this work. Let this workplace be thus inaugurated. That which brings about our work in good spirit will be able to prevent the darkness that otherwise inescapably pours in over Christianity. May the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings hold sway. The end of Lecture 19. The address, which is Lecture 19. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is the last lecture, Lecture 20, and then there are three lectures after this that are really lecture notes that will come as an appendix. So Lecture 20 is entitled The Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, the Mission of Gautama Buddha on Mars, given in Neuchâtel on the 18th of December 1812. Friends have expressed the wish that I should speak today on the subject of last year's lecture, when I described the initiation of Christian Rosenkreutz that took place in very special circumstances in the 13th century, and how since then this individuality has worked unceasingly throughout the centuries. Today we shall hear more about the character and the person of Christian Rosenkreutz as we study the great task of nurturing humanity's future, which devolved upon him at the dawn of the intellectual age. Anyone who, like Christian Rosenkreutz, appears in the world as a leading occultist has to reckon with the conditions peculiar to his epoch. The intrinsic nature of modern culture developed for the first time when the new natural science arrived on the scene with Copernicus, Giordano Bruno, Galileo, and others. Nowadays people are taught about Copernicus in their early school days, and the impressions thus received remain with them their whole life long. In earlier times the soul experienced something different. Try to picture to yourselves what a contrast there is between a person of the modern age and one who lived centuries ago. Before the days of Copernicus, everyone believed that the earth remained at rest in cosmic space, with the sun and the stars revolving around it. The very ground slipped from under man's feet when Copernicus proposed the doctrine that the earth moves with tremendous speed through the universe. We should not underestimate the effects of such a revolution in thinking, accompanied, as it was, by a corresponding change in people's life of feeling. All thoughts and ideas were suddenly altered from what they had been before the days of Copernicus. And now let us ask, what has occultism to say about this revolution in thinking? Anyone who brings an esoteric perspective to bear on the kind of world conception derived from Copernican tenets will have to admit that although these ideas can lead to great achievements in the realm of natural science and in outer life, they are incapable of promoting any understanding of the spiritual foundations of the world and the things of the world. There has never been a worse instrument for understanding the spiritual foundations of the world than the ideas of Copernicus, never in the whole of human evolution. The reason for this is that all these Copernican concepts are inspired by Lucifer. Copernicanism is one of the last attacks, one of the last great attacks made by Lucifer upon the evolution of man. In earlier pre-Copernican thought, the external world was indeed Maya, but much traditional wisdom, much truth concerning the world and the things of the world still survived. Since Copernicus, however, man has Maya around him, not only in his material perceptions, but in his very concepts and ideas. People take it for granted nowadays that the sun is firmly fixed in the center and the planets revolve around it in ellipses. In the near future, however, it will be realized that the view of the world of the stars held by Copernicus is much less correct than the earlier Ptolemaic one. The view of the world held by the school of Copernicus and Kepler is very convenient, but as an explanation of the macrocosm, it is not the truth. And so, Christian Rosenkreutz, confronted by a world conception which is itself a Maya, an illusion, had to come to grips with it. Christian Rosenkreutz had to save occultism in an age when all the concepts of science were themselves Maya. In the middle of the 16th century, Copernicus's book, titled Book of the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres, appeared. At the end of the 16th century, the Rosicrucians were faced with the need to apply occultism to understanding the planetary system, for with its materially conceived globes in space, the Copernican planetary system was Maya, even as concept. Thus, toward the end of the 16th century, one of those conferences took place, of which we heard here a year ago, in connection with the initiation of Christian Rosenkreutz himself in the 13th century. This occult conference of leading individualities united Christian Rosenkreutz with the 12 individualities of that earlier time and certain other great leaders of humanity. There were present not only individuals in incarnation on the physical plane, but also some who were in the spiritual worlds. And the individuality who in the 6th century before Christ had been incarnated as Gautama Buddha also participated. The occultists of the East rightly believe, for they know it to be the truth, that the Buddha, who in his 29th year rose from the rank of Bodhisattva to become Buddha, had incarnated for the last time in a physical body. It is absolutely true that when the individuality of a Bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, he no longer appears on the earth in physical incarnation. But this does not mean that he ceases to be active in the affairs of the earth. The Buddha continues to work for the earth, although he is never again present in a physical body, but sends down his influence from the spiritual world. The Gloria heard by the shepherds in the fields was an intimation from the spiritual worlds that the forces of Buddha were streaming into the astral body of the child Jesus described in the St. Luke Gospel. The words of the Gloria came from Buddha, who was working in the astral body of the child Jesus. This wonderful message of peace and love is an integral part of Buddha's contribution to Christianity. But later on, too, Buddha influences the deeds of men, not physically, but from the spiritual world. And he has cooperated in measures that have been necessary for the sake of progress in the evolution of humanity. In the 7th and 8th centuries, for example, there was a very important center of initiation in the neighborhood of the Black Sea, in which the Buddha taught in his spirit body. In such schools, there were those who teach in the physical body, but it is also possible for the more advanced pupils to receive instruction from one who teaches in an etheric body only. And so the Buddha taught pupils there who were capable of receiving higher knowledge. Among the pupils of the Buddha at that time was one who incarnated again a few centuries later. We are speaking, therefore, of a physical personality who centuries later lived again in a physical body in Italy, and is known to us as Saint Francis of Assisi. The characteristic quality of Francis of Assisi and of the life of his monks, which has so much similarity with that of the disciples of Buddha, is due to the fact that Francis of Assisi himself was a pupil of Buddha. It is easy to perceive the contrast between the qualities characteristic of those who, like Francis of Assisi, were striving fervently for the spirit, and those engrossed in the world of industry, technical life, and the discoveries of modern civilization. There were many people, including occultists, who suffered deeply at the thought that in the future two separate classes of human beings would inevitably arise. They foresaw the one class wholly given up to the affairs of practical life, convinced that security depends entirely upon the production of foodstuffs, the construction of machines, and so forth, whereas the other class would be composed of people like Francis of Assisi, who withdraw altogether from the practical affairs of the world for the sake of spiritual life. It was a significant moment, therefore, when Christian Rosenkreutz, in the 16th century, called together a large group of occultists in preparation for the conference mentioned, and described to them the two types of human beings that would inevitably arise in the future. First, he gathered a large circle of people, later on a smaller one, to present them with this weighty fact. Christian Rosenkreutz held this preparatory meeting a few years beforehand, not because he was in doubt about what would happen, but because he wanted to get people to contemplate future perspectives. In order to stimulate their thinking, he spoke roughly as follows. Quote, "Let us look at the future of the world. The world is moving fast in the direction of practical activities, industry, railways, and so on. Human beings will become like beasts of burden. And those who do not want this will be, like Francis of Assisi, impractical in outer life, and will develop an inner life only." Close quote. Christian Rosenkreutz made it clear to his listeners that there was no way on earth of preventing these two classes of people from forming. Despite all that might be done for them between birth and death, nothing could hinder mankind being divided into these two classes. As far as earthly conditions are concerned, it is impossible to find a remedy for this division into classes. Help could only come if a kind of education arose that did not take place between birth and death, but between death and a new birth. Thus the Rosicrucians faced the task of working from the supersensible world to influence individual human beings. In order to understand what had to take place, we must consider a particular aspect of the life between death and a new birth. Between birth and death we live on the earth. Between death and a new birth, man has a certain connection with the other planets. In my Theosophy you will find Kamaloka described. This sojourn of man in the soul world is a time during which he becomes an inhabitant of the moon. Then, one after the other, he becomes an inhabitant of Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and then an inhabitant of the further expanses of heaven or the cosmos. It is not incorrect to say that between two incarnations on the earth lie incarnations on other planets, spiritual incarnations. Man at present is not yet sufficiently developed to remember, whilst in incarnation, his experiences between death and a new birth. But this will become possible in the future. Even though he cannot now remember what he experienced on Mars, for example, he still has Mars forces within him, although he knows nothing about them. One is justified in saying, I am an earth inhabitant, but the forces within me include something that I acquired on Mars. Let us consider those who lived on earth after the Copernican world outlook had become common knowledge. Whence did Copernicus, Galileo, Giordano Bruno, and others acquire their abilities? Bear in mind that shortly before that, from 1401 to 1464, the individuality of Copernicus was incarnated as Nicholas of Cusa, a profound mystic. Think of the completely different mood of his title Docta ignorantia. How did the forces that made Copernicus so very different from Nicholas of Cusa enter this individuality? The forces that made him the astronomer he was came to him from Mars. Similarly, Galileo also received forces from Mars that invested him with the special configuration of a modern natural scientist. Giordano Bruno, too, brought his powers with him from Mars, and so it was with the whole of mankind. That people think like Copernicus or Giordano Bruno is due to the Mars forces they acquire between death and a new birth. But the acquisition of the kind of powers which lead from one conquest to another is due to the fact that Mars had a different influence in those times from the one it exercised previously. Mars used to radiate different forces. The Mars culture that human beings experience between death and a new birth went through a great crisis in the Earth's 15th and 16th centuries. It was as decisive and catastrophic a time on Mars in the 15th and 16th century as it was on the Earth at the time of the mystery of Golgotha. Just as, at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, the actual ego of man was born, there was born on Mars that particular tendency which in man comes to expression in Copernicanism. When these conditions came into force on Mars, the natural consequence would have been for Mars to continue sending down to Earth human beings who only thought Copernican ideas with them, which are really only Maya. What we are seeing, then, is the decline of Mars culture. Previously, Mars had sent forth good forces, but now Mars sent forth more and more forces that would have led us deeper and deeper into Maya. The achievements inspired by Mars at that time were ingenious and clever, but they were Maya all the same. So you see that in the 15th century you could have said Mars's salvation, and the Earth's too, depended on the declining culture of Mars receiving a fresh impulse to raise it up again. Things were somewhat similar on Mars to how they had been on the Earth before the mystery of Golgotha, when humanity had fallen from spiritual heights into the depths of materialism, and the Christ impulse had signified an ascent. In the 15th century, it had become necessary for Mars culture to receive an upward impulse. That was the significant question facing Christian Rosenkreutz and his pupils. How this upward impulse could be given to Mars culture, for the salvation of the Earth was also at stake. Rosicrucianism was faced with the mighty task of solving the problem of what must happen, so that, for the Earth's sake, the path of Mars culture should ascend once more. The beings on Mars were not in a position to know what would bring about their salvation, for the Earth was the only place where one could know what the situation on Mars was like. On Mars itself, they were unaware of the decline. Therefore, it was in order to find a practical solution to this problem that the conference met at the end of the 16th century. This conference was well prepared by Christian Rosenkreutz, through the fact that his closest friend and pupil was Gautama Buddha, living in a spirit body. And it was announced at this conference that the being who incarnated as Gautama Buddha, in the spiritual form he now had since becoming Buddha, would transfer the scene of his activities to Mars. The individuality of Gautama Buddha was, as it were, sent by Christian Rosenkreutz from the Earth to Mars. So, Gautama Buddha leaves the scene of his activity and goes to Mars, and in the year 1604 the individuality of Gautama Buddha accomplished for Mars a deed similar to what the mystery of Golgotha had meant for the Earth. Christian Rosenkreutz had known what the effect of Buddha on Mars would signify for the whole cosmos, what his teachings of nirvana, of liberation from the earth, would signify on Mars. The teaching of nirvana was unsuited to a form of culture directed primarily to practical life. Buddha's pupil, Francis of Assisi, was an example of the fact that this teaching produces in its adepts profound remoteness from the world and its affairs. But the content of Buddhism, which was not adapted to the practical life of man between birth and death, was of great importance for the soul between death and a new birth. Christian Rosenkreutz realized that for a certain purification needed on Mars, the teachings of Buddha were preeminently suitable. As the Christ being, the essence of divine love, had once come down to the earth to a people in many respects alien to his being, so in the 17th century Buddha, the Prince of Peace, went to Mars, the planet of war and conflict, to execute his mission there. The souls on Mars were warlike, torn with strife. Thus Buddha performed a deed of sacrifice similar to the deed performed in the mystery of Golgotha by the bearer of the essence of divine love. To dwell on Mars as Buddha was a deed of sacrifice offered to the cosmos. He was, as it were, the lamb offered up in sacrifice on Mars, and to accept this environment of strife was for him a kind of crucifixion. Buddha performed this deed on Mars in the service of Christian Rosenkreutz. Thus do the great beings who guide the world work together, not only on the earth, but from one planet to another. Since the Mars mystery was consummated by Gautama Buddha, human beings have been able, during the period between death and a new birth, to receive from Mars different forces from those emanating from Mars's cultural decline. Not only does a person bring with him into a new birth quite different forces from Mars, but because of the influence exercised by the spiritual deed of Buddha, forces also stream from Mars into those who practice meditation as a means of reaching the spiritual world. When the modern pupil of spiritual science meditates in the sense proposed by Christian Rosenkreutz, forces sent to the earth by Buddha as the Redeemer of Mars stream to him. Christian Rosenkreutz is thus revealed to us as the great servant of Christ Jesus. But what Buddha, as the emissary of Christian Rosenkreutz, was destined to contribute to the work of Christ Jesus has also come to the aid of Christian Rosenkreutz's work in the service of Christ Jesus. The soul of Gautama Buddha has not again been in physical incarnation on the earth, but is utterly dedicated to the work of the Christ impulse. What was the message of peace sent forth from the Buddha to the child Jesus, described in the Gospel of St. Luke? Quote, "Glory in the heights, and on the earth peace." Close quote. And this message of peace, issuing mysteriously from Buddha, resounds from the planet of war and conflict to human souls on earth. Because all these things had transpired, it was possible to avert the division of human beings into the two distinct classes, consisting on the one hand of people such as Francis of Assisi, and on the other of people living wholly materialistic lives. If Buddha had remained in direct and immediate connection with the earth, he would not have been able to concern himself with the, in quotes, practical people, and his influence would have made the others into monks like Francis of Assisi. Although the deed of redemption performed by Gautama Buddha on Mars, let me read that again, through the deed of redemption performed by Gautama Buddha on Mars, it is possible for us, when we are passing through the Mars period of existence between death and a new birth, to become followers of Francis of Assisi without causing subsequent deprivation to the earth. Grotesque as it may seem, it is nevertheless true that since the 17th century every human being is a Buddhist, a Franciscan, an immediate follower of Francis of Assisi for a time, whilst he is on Mars. Francis of Assisi has subsequently only had one brief incarnation on earth as a child, and he died in childhood and has not incarnated since. From then onward, he has been connected with the work of Buddha on Mars and is one of his most eminent followers. We have thus placed before our souls a picture of what came to pass through that great conference at the end of the 16th century, which resembles what happened on earth in the 13th century, when Christian Rosenkreutz gathered his faithful around him. Nothing less was accomplished than averting the danger of humanity separating into two classes. Thus human beings could remain inwardly united. And those who want to develop esoterically, despite their absorption in practical life, can achieve their goal because the Buddha is working from the sphere of Mars and not from the sphere of the earth. Those forces which help to promote a healthy esoteric life can therefore also be attributed to the work and influence of Buddha. In my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds, I have dealt with the methods appropriate for meditation today. The essential point is that in Rosicrucian training, the human being is not torn away from the earthly activities which his karma require of him. Rosicrucian esoteric development can proceed without causing the slightest hindrance in any situation or occupation in life. Because Christian Rosenkreutz was capable of transferring the work of Buddha from the earth to Mars, it has become possible for Buddha to exert the right influence on people from beyond the earth. Again, then, we have heard one of the spiritual deeds of Christian Rosenkreutz. But to understand these deeds of the 13th and 16th centuries, we must find our way to their esoteric meaning and significance. It would be good if it were generally realized how entirely consistent the progress of theosophy in the West has been since the founding of the Central European section of the Theosophical Society. Here in Switzerland, we have had lecture cycles on the four Gospels. The substance of all these Gospel cycles is contained in seed form in my book titled Christianity as Mystical Fact, written 12 years ago. The book titled How to Know Higher Worlds describes the Western path of development that is compatible with practical activities of every kind. Today I showed that a basic factor in these matters is the mission assigned to Gautama Buddha by Christian Rosenkreutz. By describing the significant influence which the transference of Buddha to Mars made possible in our solar system. And so, stone after stone fits into its proper place in our Western theosophy, for it has been built up in an inwardly consistent way, and everything that comes later harmonizes with what went before. Inner consistency is essential in any worldview if it is to stand upon the ground of truth. And those who are able to draw near to Christian Rosenkreutz see with reverent wonder the consistent way he has carried out the great mission entrusted to him, which in our time is that of Rosicrucian Christianity. That the great teacher of nirvana is now fulfilling a mission outside the earth, on Mars, this too is one of the wise and consistent deeds of Christian Rosenkreutz. And now there is a concluding observation. I think that might be the end of the lecture, and this is a concluding observation by the editor, but I'm not sure. No, I guess this is by Steiner. In conclusion, the following brief practical observation will be added for those who aspire to become pupils of Christian Rosenkreutz. A year ago we heard how we may gain involuntary knowledge of having a certain relationship to Christian Rosenkreutz. It is also possible, however, to put a kind of question to one's own destiny. Quote, can I make myself worthy to become a pupil of Christian Rosenkreutz? Close quote. It can come about in the following way. try to place before your soul a picture of Christian Rosenkreutz, the great teacher of the modern age. In the midst of the 12, sending forth Gautama Buddha into the cosmos as his emissary at the beginning of the 17th century, thus bringing about a consummation of what comes to pass in the 6th century BC through the sermon of Benares. If this picture, with its whole import, stands vividly before the soul, if one feels that something streaming from this great and impressive picture wrings from the soul the words, "O man, you are not merely an earthly being, you are in truth a cosmic being," then one may rightly say and believe, quote, "I can aspire to become a pupil of Christian Rosenkreutz." Close quote. This picture of the relationship of Christian Rosenkreutz to Gautama Buddha is a potent and effective meditation. And I wanted to awaken this aspiration in you as a result of what has here been described. For our ideal should always be to take an interest in the world, and then to find a way through such study to carry out our own development toward higher worlds. That is the end of Lecture 20, and then there's an appendix with 3 lectures, which are each lecture notes and not full stenographic reports. Again, end of Lecture 20. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is the beginning of the appendix, which is composed of 3 lectures, which are really written out of lecture notes and not stenographic reports. Lecture 21, entitled The Significance of the Year 1250. Lecture notes, Cologne, 29th of January, 1911. Why do we need a science of the spirit? As living beings on the physical plane, we are on a path of descent. Our body is not the same as in ancient times. Our bodies are less ensouled, less sustained by spirit. In ancient times, the etheric body was active within us in the same way that the plant is permeated with water. Its nurturing forces imbued the physical body. Nowadays, it has lost its power over the body, and we can only be saved by strengthening the spirit within us. When the astral body is permeated by spirit, then the human race will become healthier. It is destiny that the human physical body is in gradual decline. But the etheric body can become stronger and work upon it. But at the moment, people are steering straight for decadence. The science of the spirit works to renew body and soul and make them healthier. An especially health-giving effect is exerted by what cannot be perceived by the senses or the brain alone. The world regards it as nonsense when we say that we should direct our thoughts to things that cannot be outwardly proven. But it is childish to want to subject the science of the spirit to present scientific methods of proof. Our thinking about the outer world necessarily contains a destructive, reductive element that works back harmfully on the physical body. Sleep heals this harm. Many phenomena of the cultural life of today have a destructive effect, especially screen images, which definitely harm the etheric body. Such images also arouse sensuality. True art can bring down into the sense world what comes from higher worlds. In the science of the spirit, we work together with supersensible powers. Spirit knowledge is the only thing that gives us inner certainty. Any slave with inner spiritual certainty in the time of the pharaohs and Egyptian priest kings had more certainty about life than many in our present age. Nowadays, people strive for fixed stereotypes, for authority. But only one's own inner wakeful activity can give the soul certainty. A spiritual scientific attitude sustains people and makes them happy. For what the science of the spirit gives offers them a solid point of reference in their inner lives, as necessary to the soul as daily bread to the body. We stand on an earth that progresses toward dissolution. Gradually lakes and rivers will dry up. The face of the earth changes through such transformations. Geology alone tells us that we have already reached an epoch of disintegration. The well-known geologist Seuss confirms that processes of decomposition are now taking effect in the earth rather than ones of renewal and growth. That has already been occurring throughout the last great evolutionary epoch of the earth, and especially intensely since the year 1250. Some researchers and people of genius in their own fields show the odd spark of insight. Burdach, for instance. He has noticed a radical change since the Renaissance, but knows nothing about the change of direction of the Earth's axis at the time the spirits of personality withdrew. Various spiritual beings intervene in different ways at different times. This gives each epoch its own character, just as every stage of life has its own special task. It would have a destructive, undermining effect if one tried to introduce things that are not appropriate to our time. For instance, ancient Egyptian teachings rooted in the atavistic clairvoyance of a people that have survived in altered form as belief in a supersensible world. It is not what reason sees, not the outer things of the world, that are the objects of belief. Belief is strongly rooted in former experiences of the soul. The spirits of personality, the archai, are invisible, and yet they are there, and take a hand in things. The archai intervened in a particularly strong way in the Egyptian-Babylonian period. The spirits of personality were, at the time, especially attracted to the earth sphere. Now things are different. Now they are not in the least attracted or sympathetic to what is happening on earth. They no longer intervene, not even in people's disposition of character. Since the year 1250, things have become different. In the 13th century, a significant, important transformation of earthly conditions occurred. And from then on, the archai ceased playing such a strong part in things. They withdrew to undertake deeds in the higher worlds. Previously, their influence and activity was more directed to the earth itself. Such events must be properly understood, for since then, other laws have held sway. Adversaries, in this case retrograde spirits of personality, counter all progressive spirits in the cosmos. These adversaries, the bad spirits of personality, are now winning ground. This is connected with the change to the position of the Earth's axis that occurred around 1250. Over the course of millennia, the Earth describes a cone-type movement, a dancing movement. Since the 5th, 6th centuries before Christ, the Earth's axis has turned more and more. In scientific terms, this is called the precession of the equinoxes, of the vernal point. Divisions between spring, summer, autumn, and winter were different in the past, as well more regular. Love of personality, and all that is connected with it, has both good and bad aspects. The Renaissance also brought this in its train, producing people who lived wholly in the realm of personality. All this was fairly extreme toward the 13th century, and long after, right up to the time of the Renaissance, both in those of artistic nature and people such as Cesare Borgia and Pope Alexander VI. It was the same with the leaders of the Crusades. In those days, everything showed traits of the spirits of personality. The whole history of that time was imbued with the bad spirits of personality. People were as though possessed by these spirits of personality. Souls incarnated in the 13th century knew that people could not get away from their personality, and the adversarial powers gradually rendered people as materialistic as possible. Those who were imbued with the bad spirits of personality could no longer look upward to worlds of spirit. In those days, connection with the spiritual world was created through faith and belief, and great importance was placed on this by church scholastics. Belief and knowledge were strictly separated from one another. The effect of this continued through the centuries. Kant was a last straggler from this time, and his adherents parroted what he said. But Luther still had a dim sense of the effect of the bad spirits of personality. He hurled his ink pot at the materialistic spirit of the times. This epoch is now past. We live in a time of the archangels, with thoughts that can reach upward into the region where the archangels and their adversaries dwell. The adversaries of the archangels no longer imbue great personalities, as the archai did formerly. There are no longer great individuals who, like Leonardo da Vinci, are connected with the good spirits of personality, or who, like Pope Alexander VI, are connected with the bad. Nowadays, people are more schematic in their minds and chase after abstract ideals. The influence of the archangel's adversaries leads to people being more and more possessed by ideas, opinions, feelings. This makes people into fantasists who are gripped by abstract ideals. They no longer love their own eternal ego, but are driven by all kinds of lusts and passions. They are rooted merely in their earthly personality and go into raptures about any old unreal fantasy. Yet it is only striving for the world of spirit that can endow the soul with real substance and content. A secondary effect of the bad spirits of personality arises through wine. Wine becomes an adversary within one's own body. Anyone who wishes to push forward into the world of spirit must consequently refrain from wine. But passionate anti-alcoholism and vegetarianism belong to partial ideals. The same is true of people's raptures about Greek physical education, Olympic Games, and so forth. Today's fad for cold showers belongs here too, and enthusiasm for what is only physically tangible, as well as for what is less physically tangible. This extends from the dreams of drunken people right through to the mad urge to commit crimes, for the adversaries of the archai work in this way in the sense world. Each person must try to sense his place in the world, must experience something of what is storming into humanity in the way that has been described. Weakness, uncertainty, loss of equilibrium will otherwise become the rule. People who swing between fantasy and materialism will never find their way. For instance, there was a Wagner enthusiast. It is possible to be rapturous about Wagner and understand nothing of him, who went barefoot all the way to Bayreuth. Then he became an ascetic, sleeping on a wooden board covered in gravel. Finally, he joined the Nietzsche camp as a Wagner opponent. Weakness of soul is expressed in neurasthenia, to counter which an inner certainty is needed. But we need something different from the people of the Middle Ages, for whom faith was sufficient. A child of 7 needs something different from someone who is 7 times 7. The science of the Spirit can tear us away from the schema that passively does our work for us, without us becoming weak and rootless. The outer glory and edifice of our civilization will collapse all of a sudden. Present forms cannot remain. They will vanish without trace. Time and spirit are stronger than man with his wishes and passions. The science of the Spirit is a necessity, and those who pursue it should be aware of its necessity. The end of Lecture 21. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 22, which consists actually of lecture notes given in Stuttgart on the 28th of November 1911, entitled The 7 Principles of the Macrocosm and Their Connection with the Human Being. The macrocosm, the wider world, is as much involved in evolution as the microcosm, the smaller world of the human being. Just like the human being, this macrocosm must develop its 7 principles. These principles represent the totality of the hierarchies. Roman numeral 1, seraphim. Roman numeral 2, Curiotites Dunamis Exousiae. Roman numeral 3, Archai, Archangeloi, Angeloi. Roman numeral 4, Son of Man. The following is the evolutionary sequence of the macrocosmic principles. First macrocosmic evolutionary principle equals thrones. Second macrocosmic evolutionary principle equals cherubim. Third macrocosmic evolutionary principle equals seraphim. Fourth macrocosmic evolutionary principle equals Christ. Or in pictorial terms, and there is a chart. For the earth, the root races are listed below as 1, 2, 3, etc. Schematically, this gives 1. Polar root race, repetition of the Saturn principle, thrones. 2. Hyperborean root race, repetition of the Sun principle, cherubim. 3. Lemurian root race, repetition of the Moon principle, seraphim. 4. Atlantean root race, Earth midpoint, Christ. 5. Our root race, further evolution. 6. Prefiguring of Jupiter evolution. 7. Prefiguring of Venus evolution. The Christ principle thus evolves further through the Jupiter period, and will only be fully evolved at the midpoint of the 6th, the Venus epoch. From the middle of Atlantean times onward, the Christ principle can only work in first, smallest beginnings. In the human being, this occurs through an implanting of the disposition for the first seed of the ego. The first direct, true influence occurred in our time in the revelation on Mount Sinai, where Christ revealed himself to Moses in the guise of Yahweh or Jehovah. Then Christ's direct connection with the earth came about at the baptism in Jordan, and the 3 years in the bodily sheaths of Jesus of Nazareth. The Christ impulse thus poured into humanity at the same time as the ego impulse. Christ therefore represents the macrocosmic ego. The further evolution of the 5th, 6th, and 7th principles on earth can thus only be possible as a kind of inner prefiguring. Man can receive no higher body than the physical body built up together with the 4th macrocosmic principle. Only on Jupiter will we receive the 5th, and on Venus the 6th body, and so forth. Thus, in contrast to the Greco-Roman period, there is now something like an inner contradiction in human beings between spirit, soul, and body, that is increasingly being felt the further evolution advances. Sensitive people can be aware of this contradiction already today. Let us now use this schema to examine the adversarial influence of Luciferic spirits. These came, of course, from a higher hierarchy than man, that of the angeloi, or angels. But they did not complete their evolution on the moon, where they passed through their human stage. In their further evolution, they therefore remained unable to find a connection with the 4th macrocosmic principle. Instead, these Luciferic spirits on the moon evolved, as it were, a prefiguring of their 4th and 5th principles, etc., but still without the macrocosmic 4th principle, without the Christ principle that was, of course, not yet there. Let us look for a moment at the evolution of such Luciferic spirits, who developed as far as the 5th principle on the moon. These know nothing about the 4th macrocosmic principle, know nothing of Christ. It is difficult to express this in our language. One could say they turn away, as though mocking the higher gods who endeavor to develop the Christ principle in humanity, and call out to them, quote, "You can only give man the fourth principle, but we can endow him with the fifth." Close quote. That is indeed something higher that they have brought with them in a kind of prefiguring, as we do now in the fifth root race. But this lacks the macrocosmic fourth principle, Christ, of whom they know nothing at all. Thus they have matured early in a certain sense, are prefiguring something, but not in harmony with the cosmos. Normal evolution thus presents the Luciferic spirits with something simpler, which they think is below them. And times will come when, through the power of higher principles, of the fifth or even sixth principle, Luciferic spirits will exert great influence on a humanity that falls prey to them. Isn't it possible today already for us to have a true sense of the symptoms of this? In art and science, everywhere else we encounter a certain premature advance in evolution, which, however, seems to lack an inner core of truth or harmony with what is eternal. The leader of those spirits who have evolved 6 principles in this way, who therefore came close to perfection on the moon, is the Antichrist, who can appear almost indistinguishable from Christ. Nowadays, already, the majority of humanity has fallen prey to this influence of Luciferic spirits. This is why it is now necessary to nurture the inner gifts which man on earth can only receive through meditation. This is why spiritual science is necessary. At the beginning of our 5th epoch, that is, at the end of the Greco-Roman period, in the 13th century, humanity was, for a short time, completely cut off from any clairvoyant capacity. This is why a great conference of the wisest people was held at the time, the, quote, College of the 12, close quote. The first 7 of these were the holy rishis, each one of whom embodied one of the 7 Atlantean evolutionary stages. 4 other wise masters embodied the first 4 sub-races of our epoch, the Indian, the Persian, the Egyptian, Chaldean, and the Greco-Roman. The 12th represented all that followed. Among these 12 was a boy, the 13th, whom they took into their midst, and all 12 poured out their wisdom upon him in a particular way. As a result, the body of the boy became holy light-filled and shimmering. For a long time he had eaten nothing. He lived only a short while under this mighty influence, but during this time was able, through what he had taken up from all the others, to become their teacher, to instruct them in things that they themselves could not encompass singly. Specifically, he could explain to them through his own vision the higher meaning of the Pauline event. Then he died and was reborn in the 14th century as Christian Rosenkreutz. He then lived for 100 years, and since then has been the teacher not only of the 12 wise men, but of all humanity. He has the task of protecting humanity against the Luciferic influence. These Luciferic influences are very powerful and will continue to grow significantly. One can rightly say of them, quote, little folk never sense the devil, even when he has them by the scruff, close quote. In coming times, the Luciferic influence will become more and more prevalent. The end of Lecture 22. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is the last lecture in the Collected Works, Volume 130, translated by Matthew Barton, which is composed of lecture notes, this last one, from St. Gallen on the 19th of December 1912. Lecture 23 is entitled The Starry Heaven Above Me, the Moral Law Within Me. Spiritual science teaches us that the processes in operation between death and a new birth are connected with conditions prevailing in the cosmos. The soul is subject to a very significant contrast. Changes may take place within us during physical existence, but not in the same sense during the period between death and a new birth. Suppose, for example, between birth and death, we have been related in some way to a human being, or have shared experiences with a friend. And now, after his death, we have learned from him something that was not a common experience between us on the earth. How is a relationship established after death? How can our feelings toward him give expression to sympathy or antipathy? When we ourselves have passed through the gate of death and are followed, later on, by someone with whom we had a certain relationship in physical life, this must necessarily remain unchanged for a long time after death. For after death we cannot add anything new to the old relationship. After passing into the spiritual world, we are still subject to our own individual karma. The time when this karma can be transformed comes only in a new life, and can only be adjusted or fully discharged in a new incarnation. An individual among the dead cannot, in spiritual existence, work upon the other dead in such a way as to change their life. But it is possible for someone still living on the earth to have an effect upon one who has passed through death. Take the following case as an example. Two human beings who love one another have different attitudes to spiritual science. One of them loves and the other hates it, and hence there is a spirit of opposition between them. If the human being is able to speak of the freedom of his will, this is because ego consciousness takes far deeper paths than does astral consciousness in the depths of soul. In the depths of soul, therefore, a person often yearns for what, in his conscious life, he hates. How can we be of help to one of the dead? We must be united with him by a spiritual bond. We can help, for example, by quietly reading to him, uniting ourselves with him inwardly and lovingly, taking him with us through a sequence of thoughts, sending ideas and imaginations up to him in the higher worlds. Such services of friendship are always helpful. Reading in this way is of benefit. Although in earthly life the person may have been too indifferent, too easygoing, we can lighten his sufferings even if there was no evidence in his life that he longed for these things. Much blessing is often sent from the physical plane into the spiritual worlds, in spite of the great gulf which separates the life between birth and death from the life between death and a new birth. Many living people will feel that they are intimately connected with the dead. They will also be conscious that they help the dead. The first souls with whom we come into contact after death are those with whom we had already formed close ties on earth, not those who were unknown to us on earth. A direct continuation of earthly life takes place after death. The soul is inside whatever it perceives, fills it through and through. During the period of Kamaloka, man's etheric form expands as far as the orbit of the moon. All human beings occupy the same space. They are not in each other's way, in quotes, during the Kamaloka period. After this period of moon existence, we inhabit the Mercury sphere, then the Venus sphere, then the Sun sphere. There we live within a sphere of higher spirituality, for the astral elements of the moon sphere have been overcome. Life in each of the planetary spheres depends upon the mood and quality of soul acquired during the moon period. The life of those who have developed moral fellow feeling and compassion differs from the life of those who are egoists. The former open themselves to humanity. Above all, we shall be able to form a connection with those with whom we were together in earthly life. The nature of these relationships will depend upon whether we have been a comfort or a source of trouble to others. A person of inferior morality will become a spiritual hermit. A truly moral person, on the contrary, a sociable inhabitant of the Mercury sphere. During the following Venus condition, we expand to the outermost circumference of the Venus sphere. Someone who in earthly life had no religious feelings, who had received into himself nothing of the eternal, the divine, who during the Mercury period had no bonds with other human souls, will become a hermit even during the Venus period. But there too he is a sociable being, if during the Mercury period he was together with other kindred spirits and warm mutual relationships existed between them. Atheists become hermits in the Venus period. Monists are condemned to live in the prison house of their own souls, each one shut off from the other. A hermit has a dull, torpid kind of consciousness from which other human souls are excluded. A sociable being has a bright, clear consciousness which finds its way into the other being. Man ascends higher and higher into the world of the stars, but the more dimly he lives through these regions, the more rapidly he skims through the ages, and therefore returns the more quickly to reincarnation. This applies, for example, to those who were criminals or idiots in their previous existence. On the other hand, the clearer consciousness has been in the world of the stars, the more slowly does the soul return to incarnation. Man must have been fully conscious out in the cosmos if he is to be capable of building and shaping the physical brain of his subsequent life. The condition of existence in which he becomes an inhabitant of the sun sphere sets in about a century after death. During this sun period, it is possible to acquire a certain relationship to all human beings. If a person has consciously received the Christ impulse, the way to all other human beings is open for him. Since the mystery of Golgotha, union can be achieved with the Christ impulse, the supreme spiritual power. But a person who has not received the Christ impulse remains a hermit, even in the sun sphere. When a human being with his aura is revealed to the clairvoyant, during the moon period of existence, a seed or kernel, enclosed in a kind of auric cloud, is perceived within the vast etheric body. This aura is dark and remains so, even during the Mercury period. During the Venus period, one side of the auric cloud lights up. And if, as clairvoyant, we then observe the human being, we perceive that someone who was previously moral and religious is able from that time onward to have real contact with the beings of the higher hierarchies. If he was a good and moral person, he lives in spiritual contact with higher beings during the Venus period. If he was not good, he cannot know or recognize these higher beings, and is thus condemned to the pain of isolation. Before the mystery of Golgotha, in the first epoch of post-Atlantean culture, conditions were such that the throne of Christ was to be seen upon the sun. Those who had been good and moral in their lives found their way to the Christ in the sun sphere. In the age of Zarathustra, the Christ was already on his way to the earth and could not be found on the sun. Since the mystery of Golgotha, Christ has been united with the earth. If on earth people have not received the Christ impulse, they cannot find Christ between death and a new birth either. When a person has become a sun dweller and has taken the Christ impulse into himself, a multitude of facts, known as the Akashic records of the sun, lie open before him. If on earth he had not found Christ, he cannot read the Akashic records on the sun. We can learn to read this great script if on earth we have accepted the mystery of Golgotha with warmth of heart. And then, on the sun, we are able to perceive the deeds of Christ on the sun through the millennia. Existence today is such that we are strong enough to become sun dwellers. Later on we enter the sphere of Mars, then the spheres of Jupiter and Saturn, and then finally the world of the fixed stars. On the path of return to earth, the ether body of man shrinks and shrinks in size until it is so tiny that he can incarnate again in a new human embryo. Up to the period of sun existence, we stand under the leadership of Christ. From sun existence onward, we need a leader whose task it is to guide us to the further realms of cosmic space, Lucifer now comes to our side. If we have fallen prey to him on the physical plane, it is bad for us. But if on the earth we have rightly understood the Christ impulse, then we are strong enough on the sun to follow even Lucifer without danger. From then onward he has charge of the inner progress of the soul, just as on this side of the sun Christ has had charge of our ascent. If on the earth we have received the Christ impulse, Christ is the keeper of our soul on the path to the sun. Beyond the periphery of the sun sphere, Lucifer leads us out into the cosmos. Within the periphery of the sun, he is the tempter. If during the sun period we have been armed with the Christ impulse, Christ and Lucifer guide us as brothers. Yet how differently similar words spoken by Christ and by Lucifer are to be understood. As a wonderful guiding light are the words of Christ, quote, "In you lives the spark of the divine, ye are gods," close quote, John 10:34. And then Lucifer's words of temptation, quote, "Ye shall be as gods," close quote, Genesis 3:5. These similar utterances are at the same time in dire opposition. Everything depends upon whether, here on earth, man stands at the side of Christ or at the side of Lucifer. Spiritual science gives us a deep and profound understanding of the world. A certain knowledge must come to us in the physical body. On the earth, we must acquire understanding of Christ and Lucifer through spiritual science. Otherwise, we cannot pass consciously into cosmic space. The time is now beginning on the earth when human beings must know quite consciously whether it is Christ or Lucifer who, after death, whispers these words into the soul. In the life between death and a new birth, we must unfold a true understanding of Christ, in order that we shall not be condemned to sleepwalk through the cosmos. Spiritual science must be an influence, too, in little things. More and more it will become apparent whether or not forces of life have been acquired between death and a new birth. There will be human beings born with dried up, withered bodies, because their antagonism to spiritual science renders them unable to gather life forces from the cosmos. Understanding of spiritual science is necessary for the sake of earth evolution itself. If people have opened their souls to the science of the Spirit, the knowledge that before this life they were in a spiritual world will bring them happiness. Quote, "The starry heavens above me, the moral law within me." Close quote. This realization alone gives the world its greatness. Man says to himself, quote, "In the world of the stars I received the essence and content of my inner life. What I lived through in the cosmic expanse flashes up now within my soul. The existence of evil impulses in my soul is due to the fact that during my sojourn in the world of the stars, I did not try to receive its forces or the spirit power of Christ." Close quote. We have, indeed, yet to learn how to achieve union with the macrocosm. Today, the human being can have only a dim premonition of what happens between death and a new birth. He feels, "In earthly existence I live within my soul, and bear in my spirit the forces of the starry heavens." If we meditate deeply on this concept, it will become a great and mighty power within us. That is the end of Lecture 23 and the end of the book, Collected Works, Volume 130, entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, 23 lectures by Rudolf Steiner, translated by Matthew Barton.